60 stage, but he's left his mark back in the UK and across Europe and around the world. He's set up the NFL International Player Pathway Program, NFL Academy, and he's already had a couple of head coach interviews in this fight. Now, maybe too late this time around, all the jobs get filled. But what could a big name do for Allen in his career? A massive win tonight and a big night for him. I think he starts to make him down a tree and off on the right foot, and that is amazing. And I can very much so see it, especially with his temperament and how he approaches the game. Jay, well, the one thing with Adam is he doesn't change. He's the same as when he was coaching the Warriors. He was the same as when he was sat in the NFL UK office trying to teach me coverages. He's a pretty good teacher, but I didn't get it, so it's not that good. But no, he's outstanding and he's never changed.
That's why players love him. Because as 3 former players sitting here, we understand. If we know who you are, we respect that. We will follow you. You have to be consistent. He's a leader. He's a motivator. He's a teacher.
He's also willing to keep learning, and he's with a great head coach on the defensive side of the ball in Mike McDonald.
Yeah, Mike McDonald is right now the best defensive play caller in the NFL. You see, that's why they're in this game. And he understands the talent that he has on this defense. They don't have to try to do too much. But if they want to come after you on 3rd down, he's got the whole Rolodex of blitzes to do it. Mike McDonald's also a great motivator.
Don't know what you said, Prince, but I reckon it was brilliant anyway. It's getting loud in here.
it was top work.
Absolutely. We are counting down to Super Bowl 60. The party is underway at Levi's Stadium. And when we come back, the team will take the field to play the game of their lives here in California.
Some stories grip us so tightly, they never let go.
I know I can find him.
With Bone Sky Originals.
You've got to sell them the dream.
What's the dream?
Me.
Explosive U.S. drama.
You're my son!
What did you do?
I saved her. Believing stories that stay with you. On Sky Atlantic.
People around here, they need to know what happened.
We need to focus on finding the evidence before the storm washes it away.
I'm just trying to find out what happened to these children. I'm going on my own Grail quest.
Alice Roberts leads a brand new investigation into the mystery of the Holy Grail.
I love a mystery. Oh, blimey.
Fact and fiction are really intertwined.
What is the truth?
The Lost Grail with Alice Roberts, available now on demand.
Today is why we wear the uniform.
This is a global operation.
I'll do my best.
Don't do your best. Do my best. They came here by sea and from all over this great land for that shiny American treasure.
An epidemic of information. Gold.
Drawn west. Riches.
And the Patriots have won
much doesn't change what people want. Not really. Same desires remain. To prevail. To belong. To be remembered. Long after we're gone.
Yes, the NFL's most treasured prize is up for grabs and the stars are out to play. This is going to read like a dinner party at J-Bell's. Travis Scott, John Bon Jovi, Jerry Jones, Roger Federer, and Jay-Z, all inside Levi's Stadium, because this Super Bowl always attracts the big names to watch, the star players on the field. So, Sue, we're inching towards kickoff. What do you like in these moments? Your warm-ups are done, you're back inside.
Man, the calm before the storm. Leave me alone, because I'm getting ready to go and run through some walls right now. But no, it's exciting. It's one of those things. The locker room has this great aura of like, guys, this is the last time we'll ever be together. Let's go make some history and be able to do that together.
Fitz, what's that balance like for a quarterback? Sue just said there will be players inside that building wanting to run through walls. What about for your position?
Not for the quarterback. We're not running through any walls. You've got your play sheet. You're going over your first 15 plays. You're talking it through with your offensive coordinator, maybe giving a last piece of advice to a wide receiver or a running back. You're trying to stay calm, even though inside you might be going a million miles an hour.
Can you overthink it?
You can overthink it a little bit, but I think these two quarterbacks, they've shown it all year long. They play well in the game's biggest moments. I'm looking forward to that.
J-Bell, is this when the coaches now stay out of the way? Their work is done for a few minutes.
They've done everything they can. Right now, I was the kind of player making sure everybody was hyped, ready to go, ready to make it happen. Because I'm telling you, when that ball's kicked off, you have to fly down the field and make your imprint quick. It's going to be fast, it's going to be physical, and you're going to have to dominate.
This is the moments that can change lives here now.
Man, this is great. See Cooper Cup here, man, making great communication with his players and his guys. I mean, I'm one of the last guys to come out and listen to my player of the song.
Get ready, huh?
Yeah. See, this is probably where Jason's hitting everybody's hand. I'm using my left hand because I don't want to hurt my right hand. I'm a little too excited.
Fitz, I know to leave the quarterbacks alone.
All right, so the Seattle Seahawks, as you can see, are on their way to the field for their first Super Bowl appearance in 11 years, and we know they're about to receive a warm welcome from one of the NFL's noisiest fan bases.
Your NFC champion, Seattle Seahawks!
So the NFC champions, Seattle Seahawks, have entered the arena for Super Bowl 60. And here the boos are starting to ring around this stadium. The New England Patriots have walked this path many times before. But Fitz, the names and faces have changed.
Yeah, they certainly have. And if you look at what they've done this year, they've got Stephon Diggs as the #1 receiver, the lineman Josh McDaniels, Drake May's put in a position for success.
So the names have changed, but the end result is familiar. The New England Patriots are back in the Super Bowl for a record 12th time. No Bill Belichick, no Tom Brady. It's now Mike Vrabel and Drake May. This is their time. This is their moment. There he is. Fitz said he's got to breathe. He's probably hyperventilating right now, but we are about to meet the AFC champion, New England Patriots.
We are we need, ladies and gentlemen, your 6-time Super Bowl champion, current AFC champion, your New England Patriots.
John Bon Jovi.
chasing a record 7th win in this big game, and we are ready for Super Bowl 60 from Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. And we're trying to get an early indication if this is a New England crowd or a Seattle crowd. Seattle's certainly a lot closer, 839 miles from here. Boston is more than 3,000 miles away.
Crazy people travel that long.
Pretty sure it feels like it's a pro Seattle crowd right now.
Does that make a difference in a neutral site game?
Yeah, so I think both teams right away, you'll go in on silent cadence, you'll feel the crowd and go from there, but that'll be a huge advantage if New England has to be on silent cadence.
All right, let's hear from Jackson Smith and Jigba down on the field.
Out the tunnel at the Super Bowl for the first time in your career. Look around. Describe these emotions.
Blessed to be here, ready to give it all for however long it takes. Me and my team are ready, so just proud of these guys, and we're ready to go get it.
You are the offensive player of the year, and with that comes extra attention. How can you make sure you are still able to have an impact tonight?
I never cared about any of that stuff. I cared about this moment right here, and it's all that matters right now, so we're ready.
You and your teammates consistently talk about how special it is to do this with this group of guys.
Yeah.
What gives you confidence in this moment?
The guys, we earned the right to be here. Every step of the way, these guys earned it. We deserve to be here, and it's just time to go have fun and go play for one another.
Thank you, Jackson. Now we go to Melissa Stark on the Patriots sideline with Drake May.
Drake, 10 years ago, you were here as a fan with your dad watching the Super Bowl. What is it like to be on the field getting ready to play?
Got to get in the win at this point. It's a surreal moment. Coming out here for the first time, we're going to get in the win.
Much better view from down here, right? You are going up against a Seattle defense that's allowed the fewest points in the NFL this season. What's the key for you in this offense?
Yeah, play our brand of football. We know they're going to be a tough challenge. We're going to balance some adversity, just be us, play for each other, go out there and have some fun.
Have a great time, Drake.
Thank you.
All right, one.
So Drake May's 23 going on about 43 the way he's talking and handling this situation. J-Bo, we talked about how he was the most attacking quarterback in the regular season. You guys talk about Seattle trying to take away big plays. Does he have to be patient tonight?
He has to be patient, but he has to see his opportunity and take it. You can't worry. You got to do what got you here. When you see the opportunity for a vertical throw down the field, take it. If the defenses drop back in zone coverage and you see an opening, run it. Keep it simple. Manage your emotions. Make it happen.
Is Stephon Diggs a big target for Drake May this evening?
Oh, without question. I think he's a guy that he has to target. It's going to be Stephon Diggs and Jackson Smith and Jigga. Who's going to lead the charge for either team?
Fitz, as we see Sam Darnold out there going through his final preparations, of course, this is the biggest game of his life. And in the past, back end of last season, game against the Rams earlier this year, the knock on Sam Darnold was that he hadn't won a big game. Has he put that to bed with his performances in the playoffs, do you think?
Well, I saw him on Thursday Night Football against the Rams, actually, and the way that he was able to take control and win that game in overtime, get the 2-point conversion, I think that it did a lot for him. It did a lot for his confidence to say, hey, in the game's biggest moments, I can do it. And we've seen repeat performances in the playoffs with the way that he's been able to lead this team.
So we talked about how you feel when you run out of the locker room.
Yeah.
I've heard this word a lot tonight, breathe. Is this a time to gather and manage your emotions? And did it change from Super Bowl 1 to Super Bowl 3 for you?
Yeah, it definitely changed from Super Bowl 1 to Super Bowl 3. But ultimately, I'm looking in the stands. I'm trying to see who's all in the stands, waving to people, enjoying myself. You got to be a fun, loving kid at this particular point in time. Nothing's too serious until I get between those white lines.
Well, remember back in Super Bowl 23, Joe Montana did that. He spotted John Candy in the audience. The difference was it wasn't pre-game. It was ahead of the final drive to win that Super Bowl. And J-Bo, it's always going to be in the back of the players' minds, the journey they've taken to get here.
You know what? This is where your dreams can come true, just being in this game and hopefully winning. But you got to take a moment for yourself. You sacrifice a lot to get here. Look up in the sky, do whatever's important, and go out there and play the game you've been playing your whole life.
What do you want to hear from your quarterback coach, if anything?
I don't want to hear much of this, but I think the thing is, you deserve to be here. You've earned the right to be here. You've had a great season. You've led these guys all season long. Tonight should be no different.
All right, we are going to head back down onto the field at Levi Stadium for the singing of America the Beautiful and the U.S. National Anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, As our nation approaches its 250th anniversary, the year 2026 will commemorate 2.5 centuries of freedom, unity, and the founding ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence. The National Football League, Seattle Seahawks, and New England Patriots are proud to stand with the America 250 Commission in honoring this historic milestone and reflecting on the enduring spirit of our country. Now, signing America the Beautiful in American Sign Language is Julian Ortiz. Performing America the Beautiful, 11-time Grammy Award-winning artist from Washington State, Brandi Carlile.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious sky, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountains of majesty, above the fruited plain. America, God shed His grace on me and crown my good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. America, God shed your grace on me and drown my God with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
From the nation's capital and the military district of Washington, today's colors will be presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard and drummers from the United States Army Field Band. Returning to sign our final performance in American Sign Language is Fred Beam. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome multi-platinum award-winning artist and composer, Charlie Puth.
Charlie Puth.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, surrounding me at the twilight's last gleam, moon's broad straight and the stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched,
Stephen Diggs.
we're so gallantly seen. And the rockets the bombs burst in the air, getting through the night. And I feel was it still there?
Well, sensational scenes here inside and above Levi's Stadium. Oh my goodness, they're going around for another lap. That's fantastic. J-Bell, that never gets old. The NFL just puts on such a great show and a flyover in an outdoor stadium.
Man, you could feel it in here. I mean, the anticipation, it was outstanding. I'm sitting here thinking, I can't believe I'm sitting here and I'm going to experience this great game with all of you at home and sitting here right now. This is going to be fantastic.
Sue, it's just special, isn't it? It's just a privilege to be here.
Man, absolutely special. You see those flyovers, you're on that field, and you just get those chills. And then it's just nothing but grit and grind. Gonna have some fun.
Vince, you played in Super Bowls in your front yard, your backyard. I mean, to watch that, you see what it means to not just NFL players, but to America.
Yeah, it's a dream come true, but it's a celebration for all of us. And for us to be able to share this with everybody, we love this game of football so much. It's fun to share with the rest of the world.
Absolutely, yeah. The fact everyone's at home watching, staying up with us all night long, we appreciate you being with us. It's been a crazy season, and J-Bo, it's just so iconic what we've just witnessed and what we're about to see happen.
This is what the NFL's about. It's the best entertainment sport in the world. It never disappoints. The season has it, and this game will not. You need to lock in. It's going to be ups and downs, turns around, all of that. It's going to be outstanding.
We're going to do what Drake May is supposed to do and breathe for a second. So we're going to go down to the sidelines. We've talked offenses and defenses. Let's check in with Olivia and Phoebe for another area where this game could be won and lost.
Thank you so much, Neil. You know, there's never been a punt return touchdown in a Super Bowl. And it seems like this just could be the Super Bowl to do it with these two great defenses, forcing a lot of punts, and two elite returners. Let's start with Seattle's Rashid Shaheed, a midseason acquisition who's returned kicks and punts for 3 touchdowns. Phoebe, in addition to his contribution on offense, it's hard to argue anyone's more valuable to be added to a team this season.
Yeah, and you gotta look, he was an All-American in college multiple times. He does a brilliant job. He's so elusive. And it comes down to the whole team, right? You've got to look at the Jay Harbaugh, the coordinator for that. His dad's pretty good at football as well, but someone who grew up and was then coaching in college. And you find guys that connect, especially that college level, a lot of times they get to be a little more creative. You've got to make more with less at times. And we've seen that happen with what they've done in Seattle.
On the other side, New England's Marcus Jones, 2-time All-Pro punt returner. He's returned 2 punts for touchdowns this season alone. Teams try to kick away from him, but how can Seattle minimize his complete contribution now?
You know, it's hard, right? Because Marcus Jones is leading the NFL in the yards with punt returns, and he's, again, another player who is phenomenal on the field. It comes down to these fundamentals of this team. Ultimately, you look at guys like Brendan Sooner's also a tackler, one of the top tacklers, really owning that special teams mentality. That's what they want to do. They want to be able to, first off, I would kick away from it. Let's just punt the ball away from Marcus Jones. But you want to be able to find those lanes. And with the new kickoff rules we've had over the past couple of years, it really opens up new and unique ways. And we're still constantly kind of testing that, because you get a guy that's able to average you 41 yards per return. Brilliant.
And just keep in mind, when Seattle has the ball, we might see these two on the field at the same time, which they've talked about is pretty cool. Rashid in the slot, Marcus at slot corner. That's something we can keep an eye out for, too. Neil, back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Phoebe. As they broke down the special teams, the serious football people at this desk, we're still talking about the flyover. Shows up. But it was. That was epic. You talk about epic moments. That's what it's all about. It really was.
It was louder than Green Day too.
Well, I don't know if that's possible. Quite possible. These are the final moments now. The players are going through them. I guess you've been out a long time. Been out of the tunnel longer than normal in a regular season.
Yeah, these are one of those things, the nuances of playing in the Super Bowl. You have to understand there's going to be these long breaks, especially at the beginning of the game. And then as you get into halftime, the halftime is extended. So you got to be able to stay fresh, be able to get ready to go, get ready for the coin toss, but stay fresh and ready to go.
There's Jackson Smith in Jigba, the Christian Gonzalez. That's going to be a quiet matchup, them two, Jigba.
Without a doubt, it's going to be great. We can't wait to see it. Look at all these fans on their feet waiting for this coin toss. The anticipation is real in the stadium. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's get out back on the field for the coin toss then to see who gets the ball and who will, of course, have it at the start of the second half as well.
representing SPAT, Dominic. Representing Big Brothers Big Sisters, Sterling. And representing the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, Yesenia. Joining them are 3 Pro Football Hall of Famers and Super Bowl MVPs. He was the MVP of Super Bowl 10 from the Pittsburgh Steelers, Lynn Swan. Super Bowl 41 MVP and Super Bowl 50 champion played right here in the Bay Area, Nick Manning. And 3-time Super Bowl MVP from the San Francisco 49ers, Joe Montana. For this historic coin toss, the NFL is honored to use the Libertas Americana Medal, a treasure of our nation's founding, designed by Benjamin Franklin, commemorating 1776. Following today's ceremony, this historic coin will take its place in the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. And now, please welcome game referee Sean Smith.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on winning your conference championship, and welcome to Super Bowl 60. I'm Sean Smith, and I'll be your referee today. With Seattle being the visiting team, who will make the call? In my hand is a commemorative coin. The Lady of Liberty represents heads, and this side is tails. Joe Montana, would you please do the honors of tossing the coin once we get the choice? What is your choice? Tails is the choice. Tails. Heads. New England's won the toss and elected to defer their choice to the second half. Switches, gentlemen. Seattle will receive the ball on this end of the field. Good luck, gentlemen.
So, New England deferred to the second half. We will see Sam Darnold get the ball first. So, what do we look for in the first few plays to get him settled into this big game, Fitz?
Well, these will be some easy plays for him. It's going to be some handoffs. It's going to be getting him on the move, something where you know you can find a completion. Let's try to get in a rhythm. And really, the worst thing you can do here, aside from a turnover, you don't want to go 3 and out. So you've been working on that for 2 weeks, trying to get this first down.
The crowd is fired up here. It's getting noisier and noisier as we approach the kickoff. And Sue on the defensive side, somebody like Milton Williams, Mike Vrabel's unit, they're going to want to impact this game earlier.
Yeah, they want to impact it early. They want to get after Sam Darnold. So they're going to attack him without question. Whether it's going to come a blitz or 4-man rush, we'll see.
All right, this is a part of what they do in Seattle. They're going to celebrate the 12s, which is the nickname for those Seahawks fans who are listening to this. Well, that was celebrating the Patriots. That's Malcolm Butler.
Well, they raised the 12 flag before
while he was doing that, they're raising the flag while Malcolm Butler's doing it, but unless he's done a John Bon Jovi on us, because that was Seahawks fan. These final moments, J-Bo, we haven't really talked about. So fantastic.
It's like magic. Fitz magic.
I thought, yeah, how did you do that? Just like,
no, Fitz magic.
We opened the door in there.
J-Bo, how important both running games are going to be today? We talked a little bit about Kenneth Walker. Not as much about New England. They've kind of got 1-2 punch there.
Without a doubt. It's their both identity. It sets things up, especially in the passing game. You take pressure off your quarterback, and you need to be well diverse in your offense, right? You don't need to give any tails. You got to lead on the running game, especially when you have dominant defenses.
Yeah, and I would say, too, Ramondre Stevenson's an absolute animal. He's a beast. He's had the majority of the carries in the playoffs, but the screen game for those guys, too, we'll look out for that.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of Travion Henderson, the young running back. He had 5 yards per carry in the regular season, not so much in the playoffs. Could he be a factor?
He can be a factor. He's their home run hitter, but they've really trusted and relied on Ramondre Stevenson. It's been the type of games they've been playing. We talked about the bad weather, the ground and pound. That's what Ramondre Stevenson is built for.
So this is it. All the questions you've been asked, all the media you've had to deal with, that all stops now.
Oh, it's all done. You strap up those face masks. You're ready to get after each other. So it's going to be exciting here for this kickoff here soon.
All right, the one positive is your wig didn't blow off. It was just your paperwork.
Don't tell him my secrets.
What if the beard wasn't real? That beard, that would be.
I thought y'all were friends.
We are friends. All right, it's ready. We're ready. Super Bowl 60. I mean, this is what it's all about, J-Bell.
This is what it's all about. You want to start fast. You've been practicing all week. You want to have success. Like Fitz was saying, you want to not be 3 and out. Make sure you can drive the ball down. And on defense, you want to stop and steal a possession.
Yeah, this is big for New England, for them not to get steamrolled in this game early. If they can keep it into halftime as a game, that's going to play into their favor and get Seattle tight.
All right, it's time for Super Bowl 60 to get underway. Make sure you enjoy this biggest of all ball games as we join Chris Collinsworth with Mike Tirico. Here we go.
There we go.
60 minutes to crown the 60th Super Bowl champ. Off we go. From Santa Clara. They don't want Shaheen to return it. Touchback. Ball come out. Good field position to the 35-yard line. That's where Sam Darnold and the Seattle offense will take over. 1 year ago today, Super Bowl Sunday, Sam Darnold had no idea he'd be a Seattle Seahawk. He had come off a 14-win season with Minnesota. Headed to free agency, Geno Smith was the Seahawks quarterback. Seattle and Geno couldn't get a deal done. Went to the free agency market, and they found Sam Darnold. Here he is, starting the Super Bowl.
Quarterback number 14, Sam Darnold.
Kenneth Walker, the running back. It begins from the 35. And Walker, as he loves to do, puts it outside. Right around the first down as he knocked out of bounds at the 45-yard line. It is a pickup 10. Change to start the game. This is a California kid, born in Southern California, the first USC Trojan to start a Super Bowl. Jets took him number 3 overall, rough 3 years there, traded. They started the journey with the 4 other teams, ending up with the 14-win season in Minnesota last year. Jen for Walker, he'll try the right side this time. New England springs him out. No gain, maybe they lost a half a yard. Jelani Tavai over there for the Patriots on the stop.
Yeah, and we've talked a little bit about what's going to happen in this game, and Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp, all the receivers, a big part of it. But what New England's defense is focused in on is Kenneth Walker. The one thing that they believe is they're not winning this game unless they can stop the running game of the Seattle Seahawks.
On 2nd and 10, Darnold completes it to Carter. Just got that pass. Jones, the nickel, and it's a first down for the second-year man out of Michigan, the tight end, A.J. Barner.
That throw had to be absolutely perfect. You're going to see the matchup right there. And Marcus Jones, I don't think he can believe he missed it.
Seattle gets into tempo, jumps the ball, fakes to Shaheen. Darnold downfield for Cooper. Got it as he inbounds. They say yes. The Super Bowl 56 MVP takes Seattle into the red zone.
One of the things you'll see with both of these teams is that they want to undercut those routes, and that was dropped in perfectly. It wasn't a catch.
They're at the line quickly. They were going tempo before. No challenge flag. Darnold standing with nothing open, keeps it alive by putting it out of play. Incomplete. That may be Chris almost just get to the line and get the snap off.
Oh, no question about it. They were trying to get up there because they knew there was a little bobble, a little question about whether or not that was there. Well done on the part of Seattle.
One more look at the Kupp catch. The ball was moving and he maintaining control. The
Again, clear and obvious would be the only reason replay assist would jump in. Otherwise, you've got a challenge. They did not. We'll have Terry McCauley, our three-time Super Bowl referee, with us throughout the game. If we need anything clarified. Terry said that should have been a catch. 2nd and 10. Walker to the right. A couple of yards. We'd have the 15-yard line. We'll get to 3rd and 8. Walker's been terrific in these playoffs. 38 rushes, 178 yards, and 4 touchdowns. But now it's 3rd down.
And the New England Patriots love to play man coverage. One of the interesting tests here is whether or not they're going to be willing to play man coverage in tight situations against these 3 wide receivers.
It's to Walker 3 times already. He comes out. George Maloney's the 3rd down back. Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith and Jigba, top of the screen in the slot. 3rd and 7, Pats bringing some pressure. Darnold throws, and it's incomplete. Intended for Rashid Shaheed. Carlton Davis had the coverage. We had our first field goal attempt of the game.
I mean, we are seeing the New England Patriots secondary. Watch them jumping routes in here. The passes that were completed down the field were so close to being picked, and it looks like the Patriots have come out here and decided, look, we're going to take our shots. We're going to go try and get the football away from Sam Darnold. They have been very aggressive so far.
Jason Myers, 11-year veteran. Good season, kicking from 33 yards. And the Seahawks get the first points of the game. 8 plays and 51 yards down the field. Stopped in the red zone. With 3 from Mike McDonald's team. And now Mike Vrabel's guys get the ball.
So, first points of the night to the Seattle Seahawks. It's time to unveil the who scores first record in the Super Bowl. The team that scores first has won 38 of the previous 59. So it's a good start. And trying to set a tone, were they early on there, the Seahawks?
They were, and what you saw there, Kenneth Walker got that first down, and after they got each of those first downs, they went tempo. They went right back up to the line of scrimmage, pushing it a little bit to make sure that the guys were in it, ready, and to keep that New England defense on the field. This was Kenneth Walker surprisingly captured the edge right there on the first play, and then Sam Darnold with a couple completions. This being the nicest one. We see the play action. We see the rhythm like we talked about. Late hands by Cooper Kupp on the sideline.
And I love that play because they took JSN and they ran him down the field. He took the safety out of there, and that was the key to that. And this thing, Carlton Davis, this is what he does well, just tight coverage. They understand if you move the ball down in the red area, that's where we're going to have to be aggressive and force you to kick 3.
So Carlton Davis was a Super Bowl winner with you in Tampa Bay. That's a very good cornerback pairing. And, of course, holding teams to 3s instead of 7s.
A very key player, one of those guys that has grown over the years and has done really well throughout these playoffs and made big plays for the New England Patriots. So he's going to be one of those guys. I don't know if he'll travel with JSN, but he's going to be one to be. They want him on JSN.
They mentioned in the commentary then that New England are going to take their chances on defense. What did they mean and what did you see?
Well, right there wasn't a lot of backpedal. That was probably more due to where they were on the field in the red zone. But I think both of the teams right now view that as a win. It was good for Seattle to get some points on the board, get the nerves out, but for New England to be stout in the red zone and hold them, like Jay Bell said, 3-0 right now. I think they're both excited about that.
Jay Bell, you talked about JSN there. He has an impact on opposing defenses then, even if he doesn't catch the football.
Without a doubt, and Fitz knows this so well because he's done it. I mean, you designed these first 15 plays, right? They understood exactly how they were going to play him, brought the cross of Cooper Kupp from that bunch formation, and they figured they get man-to-man coverage and he can run away from leverage. That's what he did.
Yeah, and one more thing I think we got to keep an eye on as this game progresses. Kenneth Walker, he's so good. He's so tough to tackle. He loves the extra effort. You're going to see these New England defenders punching out of that ball and trying to create a turnover as he's going with the extra effort.
So we've seen the first points of this Super Bowl to the Seattle Seahawks. That Jason Myers field goal. Now we're going to see the young quarterback Drake May, 23 years of age, take to the field for the first time as we head back.
May led the Patriots to that 14-win season of the number 2 seed. We see playing field now covered in shadows at 3:48 Pacific time. So Myers, who had the great season at the most points of anyone in the NFL. He'll be kicking it away. A good breeze behind his back, a breeze that has picked up in the last half hour or so. Kyle Williams is the man the Patriots would love to see return it. It'll be Dearness Johnson taking it back to the goal line. Johnson tackled around the 28-yard line. Both teams very good on special teams. Patrick O'Connell with the tackle there. And here comes Drake May against this Seattle defense. For a whole generation of New Englanders, it has been Tom Brady as the quarterback leading them out. Now, the cheers were somewhat for May, but in part, what feels like a partisan Seattle crowd making noise with the Seahawks on defense. Begins at 28-yard line. Ramondre Stevens with the carry up inside, and Stevenson takes it to the 34-yard line. So born in Carolina, Drake May played his college football in Chapel Hill. Number 3 overall pick by the Patriots, and really blossomed here in year 2. He's the runner-up to Matthew Stafford for league MVP. Very tight vote as well. Second youngest ever Super Bowl starter behind Dan Marino when he started Super Bowl 19 out here in the Bay Area. Right back to Ramondre. He'll be a yard shy of the first down. 50-year back out of Oklahoma. His tackle setting up 3rd and 1 for this New England offense. And Stevenson, Chris, has become the guy in the backfield in these playoffs.
Yeah, he's the trusted guy. He's the one that they believe knows how to do the blitz pickup. He's a good receiver coming out of the backfield. But I do think we're going to see a little bit of Travion Henderson in this one and some of his explosiveness.
It's officially 3rd and a couple. It's really a yard and a half.
Always have to keep Brian Drake.
Stevenson, out to catch it, breaks the tackle and gets the first down. Pumped out of bounds, past the 40, mark him at the 43. Julian Love couldn't make the play. First down, New England.
You're going to see the protection a little bit shaky on the part of Will Campbell there, but that is Stevenson making the catch. He used to be a wideout back in his days when he was playing in high school, and we would let him throw it around a little.
Big to Douglas with the motion man. He's going to come right back to him. And a second move by Jamario Pop Douglas takes it into Seahawk territory at the 49. It's a pickup of 8.
How happy do you think Drake May is he's not playing in the snow again? Both these teams have come out throwing the ball, and I'd say Pop Douglas this year, it hasn't been every game, but he has had some massive plays, really exciting big plays for this offense.
It's the play calling matchup. The head coach for Seattle, Mike McDonald, calls the D. Inside Josh McDaniels in his 10th Super Bowl for the Patriots. First down run by Ramondre Stevenson on the right side. Takes it right around the 45-yard line. So both teams have settled in here offensively with good opening drives.
I think New England is thrilled with what's going on right now. They have had success running the football here early in the game. And if they can do that, it's going to take pressure off that left side of the offensive line. Rookies Will Campbell and Jared Wilson.
Travion Henderson checks in as the back. Helps protect. May has to escape, but he could not. Run down for the sack. Derek Hall.
One issue Will Campbell has had in his professional career is that he often gets knocked right back into the quarterback. And Derek Hall, one of the more powerful pass rushers for Seattle. And you could tell that Drake May was looking over his shoulder just a little bit. He knows the weakness on that left side of the offensive line.
It happened on the 3rd down check down that they converted to Ramondre Stevenson as well. Campbell is pushed back into the quarterback's lap. 2nd and long. He can run, he can take off, and loves to do this.
The scrambler gets a dozen before Nicky Manwari. The outstanding safety, the rookie for the Seahawks, made the tackle.
And this is when Drake May is at his best. When he is going that way, defenses really struggle because he's learned to keep his eyes down the field and he hits big plays. But it has been the plays with his legs in the playoffs so far that have really made the difference.
Back to the 44, so all the sack yards plus one picked up. 3rd and 9, Stevenson the back for New England. Seahawks bringing heat. 3 rushers, Witherspoon. May just gets rid of it. Out of the tackle box, no receiver there. And negates intentional grounding, but the pressure forces 4th down and a punt.
Well, Witherspoon comes into the slot in the nickel situations like this, and they love to send him on blitzes off the edge. And right now, it has been Seattle and their creativity on the defensive side that really saved that drive.
The Seattle defense attacked. They get so many people around the football. You watch a tackle, you see a lot of blue shirts around the wall as this game goes on. Bryce Perry with a kick for New England. Hunter will try to pin Rashid Shaheed deep. And overhead Shaheed falls forward, makes the fair catch just inside the 10. This will drive 2 for Seattle. We get just past halfway through this opening quarter. Super Bowl 60. The Seahawks up 3. So we highlighted Seattle's #1 scoring defense coming into Super Bowl 60. They have stood up already. Before we get to showing you a couple of the plays, Sue, they have exposed Will Campbell early on the left tackle. Now you're going to pin your ears back on.
Yeah, Will Campbell, he's been a little bit of a detriment for this offense for the Patriots. I call him a pigeon. In my terms, he's the weak link at the end of the day, and they're finding ways to attack him, whether it's in the blitz or one-on-one rushes, as you saw on Hall being able to get that sack early on.
So we had the sack from Derek Hall. We had the pressure from that left side as well. J-Bell, this is a team that saw Drake May sack 15 times in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I like it. They try to protect the tackle, the tight end over there, but he just beat him one-on-one. Look at him come off here. Great hand movement. What he just bull rush, getting through there. They try to chip him. It did not matter. And then this on 3rd down, coming from depth. Witherspoon, they had 5 people at the line of scrimmage, forcing one-on-one blocking, and he comes up blocked right there, Fitz.
Yeah, we talked about Mike McDonald sitting back, playing that 2-high shell. What we saw at the end there, that's a cover 0. They came after him. They dropped 2 tackles. But I don't think he's going to be passive in this game. If they can get him into those 3rd and 8+ situations, they're going to come out of the Patriots.
That's exactly what the game plan is, and I love it.
So Mike Vrabel's got an early challenge to try and figure out how does he do that to help his young tackle and that entire side, it looks like.
Yeah, it's the left side. It's Jared Wilson, the rookie guard, and Will Campbell. That last one there, they didn't have enough to protect it. So that's Drake May having to get rid of it. We're going to see him use his legs quite a bit more. But what we see at the beginning, how do they get that first down? Direct runs to Ramondre Stevenson, where there's not a lot of communication. Because right now, communication on offense is going to be a little bit more difficult for the Patriots than it will for Seattle.
Yeah, it definitely is a factor here. I know it's a neutral site game, but it is a Seahawks crowd, as we talked about. Will Campbell dealing with the physical side of it, Sue, they said. Like when you get on him early, is that something that, what can he do about that now at this stage?
I think it's something that he's just to understand and how he can get protection, because he had his offensive guard that was there. He overset or really underset and didn't allow Hall to be on the outside edge of where his help was inside in that particular passing game opportunity.
Yeah, that's Josh McDaniels, too. They know this was going to be an issue coming into this game, so how do they combat it? You're going to see some things that make those defensive ends think a little bit, but this is going to rely on the play caller as well, not just Will Campbell.
I love what you just said, because that's exactly what they're going to do with the formations, the motions, trying to get help over there. But this game comes down to players, and if you're exposed, we will attack you.
So the Seahawks lead by 3. They're about to get the ball back early in Super Bowl 60. As Fitz said, these early stages are when New England need to hang in there. So big drive coming up for the Patriots defense. Let's get back. Weekend in the city of San Francisco. Come on down here for this game. Kenneth Walker's the back. Drive 2 for Seattle starts at their own 10. And a pistol fake by Darnold. Pressure that he throws. Incomplete. And nearly staying up in the air long enough for Robert Spillane to come up with an interception.
Well, they told us Sam Darnold had a little Brett Favre in him, and I'm starting to believe it. He is throwing into tight windows here. That one just barely had enough room. And so far, it has been the pressure of the secondary that really has impressed me. And Darnold's going to take a shot on the back end of that. It almost looks like defensively, New England thinks they need to win the game on this side of the ball.
It's a great call. Play with aggression. Anthony Jennings, the hit on Darnold. Second and 10. Back to the air. And the throw is complete. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Offensive Player of the Year in the league. Only 4 on that one before Carlton Davis brings him down. Setting up third and a half dozen.
I used to play receiver in the National Football League, and watching Jackson Smith and Jigba this week, I was like, I'm just stunned. I kind of ran out of words to describe his route running ability. There has been nobody able to cover him one-on-one this year.
Year 3 out of Ohio State, he has been sensational.
Look.
He needs 6. Patriots back out of it. Got away from the tackle for the moment. Now Darnold has to put it up. Smith and Jigba broke free, but he didn't have time to get it out of his hands. Oh, boy. Big play on both ends nearly happened.
Oh, what an escape, first of all, by Sam Darnold. And then Njigba would escape down to the back end. And, oh, my goodness, it was a walk-in touchdown. Jalen Hawkins just got up and hustled back, and it just forced Darnold to hurry a bit.
Both teams have terrific punt returners. Michael Dixon may be the best punter in the league. Pressure there, gets that one away. It'll be a fair catch on the 51-yarder by Marcus Jones at the 35-yard line. It was an eventful 3 and out for Seattle.
Wow.
6:07 left here in the first quarter. Pats ball, Seahawks +3.
Coming into this game, Gray Zabel, the offensive lineman for the Seahawks, said that defense he was going to face plays with a lot of heart. It always feels like there are 11 guys around the football. I think we saw it on that hold, didn't we?
Yeah, we sure did. Tirico said it best. It was very eventful, even though it was 3 plays right there. But the first down efficiency is going to be huge in this game. And we saw in the first drive, the handoff to Kenneth Walker, them get going. But here, they went in shotgun. They try to do a little naked to the left to get Sam out. When you're standing in the end zone having to throw the football, you want to get rid of that thing, but he put it in harm's way there.
Yeah, one thing I love about this defense is the way they swarm to the ball, right? And you see that. Catch, tackle, get you on the ground. But this is the way they confuse you in the back. So much movement by that secondary, making Sam Darnold hesitate.
Yeah, and post-snap, what do you see? Before the snap, we saw 2 linebackers in the A-gap. We get a corner blitz off the edge, and all of a sudden they're going back to 2 high shells. So their game plan on third down, if it's third and medium to long, is going to be confuse Sam Darnold post-snap.
So that whole drive, that whole series was a reminder again, this was one of the best defenses in the NFL that maybe just didn't get as much attention as was deserved.
You know, I don't think it's about the attention. I think right now for them it's just obviously executed. They're getting to Sam right now. Now they just need to get him on the ground and create these turnovers and create opportunities for the offense to get back on the field. But they will definitely take this 3 and out as a start.
Both quarterbacks have come out throwing the football for the most part, J. Bell. So again, they're putting these teams are putting their passes in a situation where they're going to deal with pressure.
It's talked about it earlier. You want to get these quarterbacks in a rhythm because you're going to need them to come through later on in the game. You want them comfortable.
How important is Drake May settling into this game to find some place? Because also the heat, the pressure, does that start to get in your head?
It does a little bit, but again, they're going to have a plan for it. So what are we going to see on this drive? I think we're going to see some more direct runs to Ramondre Stevenson. Let's try to get Will Campbell settled down on the left side of the line. And then how do you slow pass rushers down? You've got those jet sweeps where you confuse them a little bit. You've also got the screen plays where you let them rush upfield and throw one by them.
Jack, we always talk about the hitting and the intensity in the playoffs. You can sense that out there, but it's also like a high-speed, violent game of chess at the moment.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, both these defenses are fast. That's why they're elite. But you're right. The way these guys can move in disguise is because their mental awareness, their acumen, the way they can break down these defenses on the fly, it's superb.
Yeah,
Seattle's defense. Sorry, go on,
I'd say veteran leadership, too, on the offense right now. Drake May is young. He's shown great leadership.
Right.
But somebody like Stephon Diggs is going to be in that huddle right now saying, let's calm down, guys. We got this. Give me the rock.
Those Seahawks pass rushers, they're licking their chops after the way their first series went for them.
Yeah, they are. They got a lot of opportunity. They have a way to be able to get to the quarterback and disrupt him. We'll see.
Let's see if the Patriots have figured that part of the game out. They trail by 3 as we head back to this first quarter.
And they'll protect this time as May climbs the pocket and fires complete downfield. To the 43-yard line, Kayshon Boutte with the reception. Nice gain for New England.
It's almost all zone coverage when you're talking about Seattle. And you can see that Drake May no longer takes off to run when he's stepping up in the pocket. He has become a quarterback. He is looking for that ball down the field, and he can dissect those zone defenses. His receivers, Boutte included, are really good at that.
21 on that game. They try the delay here. Nothing doing. Travion Henderson stacked in the backfield. Seattle had great penetration. Ernest Jones and Drake Thomas, both linebackers were there.
It's kind of interesting to watch Drake Thomas, who took over early in the year. But this guy is a little fire plug, and he just fires. Anytime he thinks he sees something, he is sprinting to the ball. And pretty much this defense, you will see 8 or 9 guys in the frame at every tackle. They really hustle.
They're in attack. 2nd and 14. Free runner comes again. Out to Henderson. Stopped in the open field. Josh Jobe comes off the corner. They've got terrific corners to make plays like that when they bring pressure. And it's 3rd and long.
So, Mike, they bring pressure here, and they know what the hot is. And so then they just simply send somebody directly there. So they are understanding completely what the offense of the Patriots are, and they're adjusting to it and making some big plays.
3rd and 15. Pressure comes from deep that time. And it gets there in the second. So the secondary's in the backfield multiple times. That's Witherspoon again. This time he got his man.
That's as good a rush by Devin Witherspoon as you will see in the National Football League. Watch this fly up. He's going to make the first tackle miss and go right through the rest for a routine sack. They have 2 guys out there, Witherspoon and Eman Wore, who are as good as there is in this league, coming with pressure off that edge.
Protection problem on offense. Merringer picked the line drive. Shaheed from the 6. Very dangerous, but well covered by Del Pettis and the New England special teams to bring him down inside the 15-yard line. 17 sacks of Drake May in this postseason. 2 in this first quarter by the Seahawks.
Yo, that's 10.
Yeah, I'm like that.
Bro, I'm telling you, the game guys looking like cheat codes.
That's no cheat code, baby. That's just you.
Williams was the defensive coordinator when the season started, treated for prostate cancer. He's here watching the game. But Core has stepped in and done a really nice job calling this defense fourth toughest to score on in the league. They shut down Kenneth Walker there on first down after a gain of 2.
It looks like we are going to have a defensive football game, doesn't it? I mean, it really does. Such aggressive play out of New England in the secondary. Seattle's defense as well with all the blitzes. It may well come down to, with the way they're undercutting routes for New England, a pick six, some kind of defensive turnover might decide this thing.
Second and 8, Walker to the left. He will not go very far. You just saw the numbers, Chris. You mentioned how good this Patriots defense was during the regular season. In the playoffs, they have been terrific. They've been a difference-making unit. Two of players shaken up here for the moment, getting up slow, but this defense has done a nice job on the way here to the Super Bowl.
Well, and think about how they ended up beating Denver. They were patient on offense. They didn't make big mistakes. They let their defense make plays, and ultimately it was a mistake by the offense that decided. Christian Ellis in there got pressure on the quarterback, and they got the ball down in the 7-yard line.
Giovanni Tabak was the player who was shaken up. He ran off. Third down, the Darnold throw is Carter off the tackle Slade to the first down at the 28-yard line. So a couple of times now, A.J. Barner, big during the season with 52 catches, has gotten first downs from the Seahawks.
The old Travis Kelce play. Let's block, and then we're going to escape and just catch it, see if we can run for a first down. So there is something to be said for that in this game. How can your quarterback get the ball out of his hands and not let these defenses win? Right now, the defenses are really winning.
George Holani, the running back, fake to him. The speedster Shaheed trying to get to the corner, not going to do it. Greg Woodson, rookie, 4th-round pick, played a ton of plays this season. Makes another one there.
Well, you knew trick plays were coming because this is simply the way it is in Super Bowls because everybody has 2 weeks to get ready and, they got a lot of time down their hands to think up plays, and sometimes it's the old smash mouth that works best.
Good one there by Woodson, who has the most tackles for the Patriots in this postseason run. Final minute, opening quarter. Pressure from New England. Spillane hits Darnold, and his pass is incomplete for Smith and Jigba, who in coverage saw Anthony Jennings peel out to take him.
Did you see this double pressure coming? I mean, this is getting wild right now. It is haymakers being thrown by both defenses, and they just don't seem to care. You don't really care when you end up with one of your edge players out there on the best player, the best receiver in football.
England drops 8 in coverage, 3rd and long. Darnold sideline note. Looking towards Smith and Jigba. Patriots had it covered with Woodson and Christian Gonzalez, their top corner. And Seattle left to punch it away again.
You can feel now, right? So early in this game, the two quarterbacks like, I can get that in there, I can get that in there. And all of a sudden now, it's starting to dawn on everybody. This might be a defensive game. I can't give them one, right? I can't keep throwing them into those tight situations and give up a big play the other way.
You saw how good Jones is historically in punt returns. Dixon is excellent. He'll fake right and kick it across his body to the other side sometimes. Gets that one away. It's 45 yards. Jones from the 32. Give it up ground. And gets back to the catch spot at the 32-yard line. Finally brought down by Drake Thomas, starting linebacker. Of course, it's the Super Bowl. Everybody's here. The great Roger Federer down on the field before the game, taking in some of the sights. You saw John Bon Jovi bring out team he loves rooting for, the Patriots. Jay-Z on the sideline here before the game with his group. Bieber's got a great seat.
Sandler supporting the Patriots as per usual. Among the luminaries on hand. So much fun walking down the field before the Super Bowl. Everybody's taking pictures of everyone else. It is the event every year. Never fails. From the 32, it's Ramondre Stevenson. It's a good first down gain of 5. That should bring us to the end of this first quarter. Only points, Jason Myers' 33-yard field goal on the opening drive for Seattle. End of 1 here in Santa Clara. Seahawks 3 and the Patriots nothing. So glad you're with us for Super Bowl 60, which continues on NBC. After these.
A defensive masterclass. I know Jay Bell and Ndamukong are so excited for this.
Yeah, some of them up here are happy. You know, I'm not sure all of them are happy at the moment. But Pete, we just saw the Patriots defense come off the field, make a stop there. A lot of that, they seem to play with a lot of attitude. They fly to the football. What do you see from them?
Look at who their head coach is, right? Mike Vrabel is the leader of this team, the tone setter. You know, we love to hear when Jace talks about how they've got dogs on that team. This is who the Patriots defense are. They're going to be in there. They're going to be fundamentally correct. They're going to get after the quarterback. They're not going to let they're not going to let Sam Darnold use his legs and run around. And so this is that kind of attitude they have coming into this. And you see them, we're watching them cut off the different routes as well. They've done their film study. They know, and you know, if I'm watching them, I would have watched all the Rams film against the Seattle team to see how they've limited them.
Drake May has already had to do some running around. Seattle have shown their ability to pressure and their ability to tackle. I guess that's something that we're going to see quite a lot throughout tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see quite a bit. And I think what they realized there, and you saw the last play, 13 personnel by New England, they have to focus more on first down efficiency and those direct runs. Because if they don't, we've had a 3rd and 9 and a 3rd and 15. They pressured on the edges, come after them, played cover 0. It's going to be a long day for Drake May if they're living in 3rd and long.
Yeah, I mean, whatever defense you play on, so if you get a team in 3rd and long, you're eating, right?
Yeah, there's no question. You third and 2 plus is ideal for us on the defense side of the ball on 3rd down. The longer the yardage we can get, the more consistently we can do that. We know they don't have that many plays in their script to continue to be able to get out of those situations.
J-Mo, will it take something special to spark one of these offenses? Whether Josh McDaniels loves a trick play in the playoffs.
Oh, it could be time for something like that. You need an explosive play in this game. These defenses are suffocating. They have an understanding of what you want to do. So you need to change up those concepts, Fit. Do something you haven't done before.
Yeah, and I'd just love to see more under center for Drake May. They're not going to win this game with him in shotgun, passing the ball. You saw their best play so far to Kayshon Boutte. Under center play action, slow the rush a little bit, and allow the receivers to get down the field.
All right, then let's get back then. Start of the second quarter. The Seahawks lead by 3.
And all the Patriots' success over the years. Look forward to seeing all those greats. It doesn't seem like that long ago we were watching Breeze, Fitzgerald, and Kuechly out there on the field. First ballot guys for sure.
Well, like every time I watched Drew Brees, he was breaking another record.
Felt like it.
Slinging it.
All right, what are you thinking here as we start the second with Seattle up 3-0?
You know, they've had answers for everything so far defensively, and it seems the more aggressive these defenses play, they get better, and they haven't been shut down yet. So something simple made.
Fake inside, the pass is off the hands of Hunter Henry. It nearly turned into a Kobe Bryant interception. It's incomplete. Timing just off on that hit.
Wow.
And I know that he was trying to back shoulder Henry here a little bit, but a little too far behind him, and we need to see New England get the ball in the hands of some of their playmakers here. Stephon Diggs would be a good place to start.
It's Diggs in motion. Third and 5, they're going to try to run it here. Stevenson will not go anywhere. On the inside, it was taken care of. Jaron Reed, big man out of Alabama, holding down the middle. Forces the Patriots to punt it away.
I think this is a little bit of a concession here. Mike, I just got to say what I'm thinking. I think they are playing this game a little bit just like they did Denver a week ago in the snowstorm. Yes. But this defense from Seattle's having the same impact as the snow.
They're going to get him quick on that one. They did not. Berringer to kick it. High hanger, Shaheed's going to have to fair catch. He's got the great special teamer, Brandon Schooler, waiting for him. And Seattle will have another long field. Sam Darnold, finally from San Clemente, California. And beautiful Southern California city. To Super Bowl 60. In the air on first down, shot downfield for Shaheed. The speedster broken up at the last second by Gonzalez. Oh, what a play by the Patriots top cover man.
And here's what we're going to have to see out of both these teams tonight. Take some shots. Throw the thing up the field. Give your playmakers a chance to make some plays. But Christian Gonzalez, I'll tell you, that is a tough assignment. Rashid Shaheed, and he can fly. You have to run that one down.
That is a beautifully timed play. Shaheed's going to hit his head on the goalpost. Second and 10. Trying to get Walker to bounce to the outside. There he goes. Kenneth Walker into Patriots territory. Might be out of bounds farther back around the 46-yard line. What a strong run by Walker for the first down. 30 on the game.
We had a chance to watch Kenneth Walker in practice the other day. And so many times he's casual with the ball at first, and then he makes one of those jump cuts and takes off. I don't think I've seen a guy in practice faster than he is.
On the ball quick, it is deflected, and for the moment on the field rule, an incomplete pass.
But one of the things that's going to decide this game is the play he just ran is called an outside zone, right? And you're going to run at the edge of the defense, and if you can keep going with his speed, you're going to see some big plays in the running game. And any sort of breakout play in this one so far just feels significant.
And Zach Charbonnet, he was the back coming in the passing downs. Tore his ACL in the divisional round victory over the Niners. Walker moving inside, and there's that speed to the outside. Josh Gonzalez off the edge and touchdown down. Another strong run for Walker, who has emerged in this postseason.
Watch him set up the linebacker in the tackle so he can bounce out the other way. He's going to take that little jab step inside. And not only is he that fast, he is also one of those guys that's sort of built like a tank. You know, he's not very tall, but he's squarely built, and he knows how to attack people when they're trying to tackle him, too.
Runs of 30 and 29 yards on this drive. Seahawks in the red zone the second time. Right back to him. Oh, patient run there, but they get to him at the end. That's Woodson. Safety played his college ball down the road to Cal Berkeley.
But you can see he's one of those guys that really just, when he gets the ball in his hand, right, he just kind of takes his time.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, and then boom, and something happens really quickly. And if he can get in space, I think people are stunned by how fast he was. I was when we were watching him practice.
It was eye-popping, right? You're on the practice field going, woo. Even
the player said, yeah, it was a Thursday practice, and he was dialed in. Cooper Kupp is the man in motion next to Darnold. Second and dozen. Selection. That ball is hit off the back of a defender and ruled an incomplete pass. Spillane falls on it through the window, but the ruling was that. As you hear Sean Smith, the Caleb Chase-on hit came as the ball was coming forward.
And I think this is on Sam Darnold because they've got a blitz coming inside, and so there is nobody there to block Chase on. And Darnold's going to have to realize that's his. If those guys all came from that left side, there's nobody to protect it. The blitz is just destroying both offenses.
Play clock running down. Third and dozen. Darnold is going to pitch it. A lot of Patriots there. Walker cannot get around anybody. And this New England defense for the second time in this first half stiffens in the red zone and will force a Seattle field goal attempt.
That's a little bit of a concession right there, too. So we're seeing now both offensive play callers understanding real estate is going to be tough to buy out here tonight. And they are willing to run the ball on third and long just to get the field goal kicker out there.
So down to the 14 on their first drive, settled for three. Got down to the 17 on this drive. And Myers, the threes pushing from his left to right. 39. No problem. Kicker very familiar with this stadium. Kicks in here once a year in division games. 6-0 Seattle as we approach the golden hour in the Golden State.
So the Seahawks with that Jason Myers field goal and a guy who has been emerging. You heard them talk about it in the commentary. Kenneth Walker, he's had over 100 scrimmage yards, receiving and rushing each of his last 3 games. This is going to help these quarterbacks settle. This is what we were talking about with the running games, wasn't it?
Yeah, the explosiveness, and twice now he's captured the edge. And you see what can happen when he gets in open space. He's very difficult to tackle. He did a great job on those. And I think the guys on the broadcast are right. It's the speed. You don't realize how fast he is and how explosive he is to capture the edge like that. And then the other difficulty, he is a strong back. But again, he's an extra effort guy. So he's getting going early with this, but I'm just telling you, on some of those extra efforts, the Patriots are going to continue to punch at that football.
I love his short area quickness and his vision. That's so difficult for a defender. That's how he helps set up those blocks.
They might be a better team, actually. Obviously, they love that 1-2 punch with Zach Charbonnet because he would finish the drives as well, 12 touchdowns. But the more you're feeding Kenneth Walker, the way the form he's into, clearly has a benefit as well.
Yeah, they have, but you got to give a lot of credit to the Patriots. They tightened up. They found ways to bottle up and not allow him to get to the edge in the last couple of those plays. But then they put him in passing situations where they have to rely on Sam Darnold, and that's where they really wanted it to get them to get to, because now they got off to after the quarterback and created some potential turnovers.
Yeah, and it's very clear what New England's trying to do on defense right now. The picture you're going to see before the snap is going to be very different than what you're going to see after the snap. They almost created a turnover there and getting to Sam Darnold with the unblocked blitz there on the edge, but they're going to try to confuse him all game long.
You can see the patience that's going to be required here, J-Bell. Seattle almost not gave up on a drive. You never give up on a drive, but it was 3rd and 12. They were willing to run the ball, kick the field goal. Maybe points going to be a premium.
Yeah, you know what your defense is capable of doing. This is how you manage the game as a head coach, understanding the circumstance of the situation and your team. If your defense is dominating, you better take points when you can get them.
Yeah, and I think that gives you confidence as a defense, too. That's what they feel about their defense right now. Any point on the board is going to be good for us because we believe in them so much.
And there'll be conversations in the huddle. Hey, guys, move the ball. Get into a rhythm from an offensive play. We're going to get stops and get the ball back to you guys, so don't worry.
All right, well, this game is being watched around the world, up and down the UK. There are watch parties going on in London, in Leeds, and I'm sure you're having them at home as well. And if you've got a friend who's new to the NFL and they've fallen asleep already, give them a nudge in the ribs, wake them up. It's the Super Bowl, and the Seahawks lead by 6.
Wake up!
Nothing. Patriots have had it 3 times. They've punted all 3 times. And Myers will kick away. Both guys going back for it, and it's into the end zone for a touchback. So New England will have good field position here. What a turnaround. 4 wins the last couple of years. Major rebuild for this team. 30 players in their first year with this team. That's the most ever for a Super Bowl team. Both sides of the ball, veterans brought in, include the postseason 17-3, 13 more wins than last year. Never been done in league history. Here's New England as the AFC champs here to Santa Clara. Travion Henderson with the run for a few yards. And Chris, in large part, I love as we visited with Mike Vrabel this season and this week, veterans in each room, each position, receivers, defensive backs, all the way across. He's really built a great team around them.
In his opening speech for the team when he first got there, you will respect everyone in this building. And it almost shook up the players. They were talking about winning, working hard, tackling. They were talking about respect inside this building, and you can feel it.
Here is May getting pressure back to him, and he's brought down. Riley Mills fought through the offensive lineman, and the rookie out of Notre Dame has a sack in the Super Bowl.
Now Riley Mills going to get it in on the act, and another rookie he's attacking, Jared Wilson. So it has been that left side of the offensive line that we anticipated having problems. I just don't think that New England can continue to try to run drop-back passing plays. They have not protected it yet. Maybe play action, maybe bootleg. Drake May running's a good idea, too.
Swinging in the hands of Stephon Diggs. See if the veteran can do something. Not much. The sideline for only about 5 yards. Going to bring up 4th down. A lot of folks and bodies on that very tight sideline. One of the officials was bumped down. Everybody sorted out and getting to their proper side here. Some of the alternate officials as well, who you see there, just helping to keep the peace. As everybody gets back to their respective sideline, the punting unit is out, as it has been every drive for the Patriots.
If you're looking for a little spice on the football field, Stephon Diggs is usually a pretty good place to start.
Putting in place for Behringer, the third-year man out of Michigan State, to kick it away. Shaheed back, good hang time, 39 yards for the kick, but the Patriots are fine with that. Don't give Shaheed fuel to fire. Defense, frustrating the offense. The story in the first third of Super Bowl 60.
really just playing zone defenses. That's all they're doing. And the clock in the head of Drake May has been so sped up. He's throwing it before he has to, and they're missing opportunities. This has to be a first down, or they're going to go in probably down at least 9-0.
7 to 4-man rush. Quick, and it is brought in by Douglas for a very big first down. Josh Jobe was there out of his zone for coverage, but New England gets the first down.
This is a tremendous throw because you're going to end up with coverage out here on the outside. That little spin around and come back in so many times ends up an interception, and yet we saw Drake May throw it low and tight, enabling that first down to happen.
We get Andy going on the ground with Ramondre Stevenson. Goes to the outside. Gets to the 17-yard line. Again, 9 possessions, 7 punts, just a couple of field goals. There have been no penalties in the game thus far. And for what it's worth, there has never been a half, rather first or second Super Bowl history, where each team went penalty-free.
Mike, the biggest thing for the Patriots right here, if they score, great, right? That's wonderful. But you can't give the ball back to Seattle and let them score. You got 3:15 to milk.
On the boot, Day escapes and fires incomplete. He's getting rid of it because Boye Mafe was all over him. Chris, they don't have a 15 and 20 sack guy. It's just relentless quality that Seattle brings defensively.
It really is, and it's also scheme. I mean, they are getting free runners coming all the time. And I'm not sure exactly why Drake May did not take the flat route on that one. It looked like it was fairly open.
You say it's scheme, it's a lot of the guy you saw on the screen. Mike McDonald, brilliant defensive coach. Saw it in Baltimore, seeing it here in Seattle. And there is the first flag of the game.
You jinxed it.
Of course I was going to do that. Come on. You had to throw that chum in the water. Born in Detroit, Michigan, Sean Smith refereeing his first Super Bowl.
False start. Offense number 66. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
That's Will Campbell, the left tackle on that rookie side of the line.
They're flinching. Mike, I hate to say it, but they're flinching in this game. Whether it's the passing game, whether it's the offensive lineman, they're flinching. And they can do better than this. And no, they can do better than this.
He flinched and he got flat. They get beat that time, but May's taking a shot downfield toward Mac Hollins. Incomplete. Trying to throw one deep, get a flag, get something. Instead, they'll punt it away with 3:03 till halftime.
I mean, even on that deep throw, he was hit. And, you know, Morgan Moses doing the best he can, but he ran into the quarterback. So everything is collapsing back right now on Drake May. And he's a young player. And now they really have issues here. Because Seattle has a chance to put up additional points, and it doesn't look like New England's going to score many.
Hang time's been good, trying to keep it away from Shaheed. Never been a punt return for touchdown in the history of the Super Bowl. Shaheed has space, travel to 33, trying to set up blocks. Put back inside, Shaheed brought down around the 43-yard line. So the defense stops the Pats after one first down. Seattle's got the ball with 2:50. A good field position.
So the Seahawks still lead by 6. Those 2 Jason Myers field goals. The Patriots look to get out from under the shadow of their goalposts. They did pick up one third down, but then it ends in a punt again. Let's go with the positive first.
Yeah, it was a big third down conversion for them because it has been tough sledding the last 3 drives. But it was a good play. It's funny what Mike McDonald did. They showed pressure, and they bluffed out, and they backed out. It was a great job by Drake May standing at his end zone. Not an easy place to be. To throw it right in that window and for Pop Douglas to see it. But then Mike McDonald said, you know what? Enough's enough. We're not going to bluff anymore. This next third down, we're going to come after you. We're going to make your life hell. And that's what they did. They put pressure on him. It's going to be a long day if they're in third and long.
And that's the thing, right? You're going to change up the looks. You're going to try to really frustrate the quarterback. But if he can just see what you do and diagnose and attack like he did, then you just got to heat him up. And then you saw the false start, man. You can't have negative plays against this defense.
He's swimming right now at left tackle.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, you look at it, he causes a penalty negatively and then gets dropped on his butt. Like, it's one after the other.
Tough day.
Will Campbell was in tears when he got drafted by the Patriots. He might be in tears in about 2.5 hours' time, but we'll just kind of leave that there. Let's talk about the drives. They just have not been able to get going, the Patriots, and it shows with the drive charts, the numbers. Does that pressure start to build as you fail and fail each drive?
Yeah, it does a little bit. And again, New England's defense has done a great job, right? They're still in the game. We'll see what they can do here, but they're going to have to go in and regroup on offense. They came in with a plan. The plan is not working. There are too many third and longs.
I guess the positive, J-Bell, is that all of those drives are ending in a punt, not a turnover.
There you go, Neil, coming through with the positive.
I found one.
Absolutely, especially with your defense playing the way they are, right? You want to make them drive the entire field. No turnovers, punt the ball away, make them drive.
So we're seeing again, we've seen the benefits of being able to pressure with 4.
Yeah, it's a massive. Be able to get there after 4, like Mike McDonald's been able to do, to disguise what he wants to do on the second half of the field. But I think what's key is this Patriots defense has to step up. This is a big series for them because they can't allow points, and then Seattle comes back and potentially gets the ball again.
Fitz is Vrabel simply saying, let's hang in there.
Hey, saying, let's go, guys. We're fine. We're good. Trying to keep the troops, the morale high on the sideline.
Yeah.
But again, big series for the defense here.
Yeah, they've got to hold here. New England get the ball to start the second half, J-Bell. So they're going to get...
I love this game. I love defensive games, man. Every play matters. And defensively, you got to lock in because you know it's your day. You can't have one lapse in alignment or assignment. Got to make it happen.
2 yards per play for the Patriots offense. Now it's open to their defense, but they hold before the break.
Fake to him, Darnold, pressure, goes back to the middle, Cooper Cup. At midfield, the chance for Coop, who gained 7.
That is just tremendous play on the part of Sam Darnold there. He comes out and he's getting hit and he's still executing some of those plays. This is just a bit of a bloodbath out here. And remember, Sam Darnold is the guy that led the NFL with 20 turnovers. None in the playoffs so far, and that has been the difference for this Seattle Seahawks team.
Off the back of the game, through the hole on the right side. Keeps going to the 43-yard line. They'll call his forward progress there. Pick up a 7 as we hit the 2-minute warning. Walker with 93 yards has been the offensive star of the first half, dominated by defense on both sides. Seattle up 6-0, driving in Patriots territory in the 2-minute warning.
So a reminder to stick with us. Coming up at halftime, we have the Super Bowl. Phoebe Schechter, where Phoebe, first of all, let's talk about the Patriots offense and the struggles they've had, much brought on by Seattle's defense.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle's defense is running around. This is what we knew that they can do coming into it. That's why we talk so much about how they're able to just rush 4 and be so efficient. Whether you're talking about Ernest Jones or Nick Emimori, who is, even with an ankle injury, still making plays, a multitude of TFLs already, and they're a team that can cover so well.
And Phoebe, Seattle lead by 6, but it's only 6. Given all the struggles that New England have had, the Patriots get the ball to start the second half. So is this an important chance for Seattle to try and get a few more points on the board before the break?
Yeah, look, there's been a couple of missed opportunities from Seattle, and perhaps during the regular season, you wouldn't be so critical of them. But this is a big game, and those couple of missed opportunities, whether you're talking about the throw to Rashid Shaheed, where he was double covered and it ended up being incomplete and a pass breakup there, or when Sam Darnold had to step up in the pocket to evade the rush and just overthrew Jackson Smith and Jigba. Those 2 plays could have been game changers, and that could be the real reason, looking back at this game, they'd be very upset with themselves.
Yeah, well, it's a long game to be played here, but it's just 2 field goals so far, and I guess New England are looking to just hang on till the half, get the ball to start the second half. Is that what they're starting to think about, that overall strategy either side of halftime?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this New England coaching staff is smart. These players are smart. Right now, Sam Darnold's 7 of 18, so they're doing a good job on defense. But there's a reason that New England has won 16 of their last 17 games. They're never going to give you the game. They're going to make you earn it every step of the way, and they'll have some adjustments at halftime to come out and play better.
New England's formula is to get in the fourth quarter.
Right.
That's what they want to do. So this works for them. But Pitt said it earlier, right? When you talk about the Seahawks, it was about starting fast early. Well, that hasn't really happened.
They are still in this game, of course. One blown coverage, one slip, and New England could be up by a point soon. But the fact is, they've got a young quarterback who struggled through a first half here. So you wonder about his psyche going into the break.
Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about his psyche. What I want to do and love to see McDaniels get him into a rhythm. And as Fitz said earlier, get some screen passes, get him into moving around to where he's now gaining that confidence, saying we're still in this game. We're a play away from being successful.
All right, we'll get back to the final 2 minutes of the first half in Super Bowl 60. The Seahawks lead by 6.
Getting into Patriots territory. Walker for a yard, and again, Greg Woodson continues to be a big factor in this New England defense, which is playing quite well.
He really is, but there's a downside to that too, because basically New England is now sort of admitting for us to stop this running game, we have to bring our safeties down, which is going to create one-on-one coverages on the backside of that. And so now Jackson Smith and Jigba may be getting a chance at something down the field here fairly soon.
Darnold scans, comes back to Halani. The running back, good elusive to get away from Christian Ellis. And the second-year player, undrafted out of Boise State, sets up third and short, neither team using timeouts.
That was a big 3 or 4 yards on the tail end of that. Puts them pretty easily in field goal range now.
Field goal from here will be 53 yards. Breeze had picked up the kickoff. It's died down a little bit. 3rd and 2, 40 seconds in the half. And it's an inside run. And Olani's got the first down, so Seattle will keep control of the clock here.
Yeah, now it shifts over. Now you're going to see Seattle go to work.
And the ball at the 30-yard line. They have 1 timeout and 32 seconds remaining.
this stadium that'll move the win, but Myers, the Seattle kicker, as I said, kicks it here once a year. Feels very comfortable with what he'll have to deal with if it's a field goal attempt. 32 seconds left for Darnold and the Seahawks. First down throw. Caught by Cooper Kupp, fighting to the sideline. Kept in bounds at the 25, and the timeout taken by McDonald is Seattle's last with 23 seconds remaining.
So I was wondering what the strategy was going to be from Mike Vrabel. And what he decided was he was going to sit back and make sure he didn't give up a touchdown. I thought on the fringe of the field goal range, he might try and blitz, might try to knock him out of field goal range. He did not. He decided that as long as they're not in the end zone, I like where I am for the second half.
Yeah, New England getting the ball first as Drake May and the Patriots offense shut down 52 total yards in this first half. Seattle out of timeouts with 23 seconds remaining. And George Villani is the running back. Looking, is inbounds with Kupp. Did he drop it? No, it is on the catch at the 18-yard line. That ruled incomplete by the official coming in from the back, and that might be beneficial to the Seahawks. There's the ball almost hitting the turf.
I didn't know about that.
That might be a catch, Chris.
It's got to be a catch.
It's right there. No, his right hand is off of it there. Yeah. Did you watch there? Is his right hand off of it when it's touching the ground?
But did it ever touch the ground?
When I bring in Terry McCauley, three-time Super Bowl referee with us. What are you watching here, Terry?
Yeah, Mike, we've seen two different angles and two different things on the angles. The first angle doesn't look like it touches at all. The second angle looks like it does. Given that, I think it appears that this is going to stay the same. This is going to be an incomplete pass as ruled on the field.
And Seattle was out of timeouts. So it would have been fine. They did that old fire drill. Could have gotten that ball down because Kupp was past the sticks for a first down. There's one more look at this as it is being looked at.
At the review, ruling on the field stands incomplete pass, third down.
Terry right on it, as usual. They'll stay with incomplete. Now 15 seconds left without a timeout.
Still time for a completion. Get up and spike the ball, but you're pushing the envelope. And if I were watching this game from Mike McDonald's standpoint, I might go, I'm feeling pretty good about 9-0 at halftime with the way my defense is playing. So I don't think they're going to push it down in the end zone, but they could.
Because the incompletion clock comes back to when the ball touched the ground, therefore the reset at 20. It is 3rd and 3, and now the Patriots.
First charge, timeout.
Got to look at how Seattle was lining up. They'll take a timeout. Let's focus on Mike Vrabel's defense in the first half.
All right, let's take a look at our next gen stat powered by AWS, and it has been Sam Darnold tonight that has been constantly under pressure. And when I said I thought he was playing pretty well, this is why. He has been getting pounded, and some of the throws he's had to complete have been completely under pressure in really tight windows. And yet it has been some of those plays that have kept drives alive that really is the difference in the ball game at this point, because New England has not been able to make those.
They scheme up something and shot at the end zone for Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's down here at the bottom of the screen. It's 3rd and 3. Darnold looking right, coming back left to the end zone, broken out by Gonzalez. They tried to get it to Smith and Jigba for the second time. Gonzalez, the last line of defense to knock it away.
This is 2 now for Christian Gonzalez. It is a last-second diving play to knock that away and almost intercept it. When you try to push that thing down into the end zone, you put it in harm's way, and I think they are lucky they've got the field goal team out there right now.
Best on best. Gonzalez getting the job done. Field goal attempt for 41. And Myers didn't worry about any of that wing stuff we showed. He would have been good from 60. And he knocks it in as 9-0. And with 11 seconds left till halftime, the Patriots getting the ball before the break. You know, traditionally, New England, save for one of their previous 11 Super Bowls, they struggled scoring in the first quarter. Here it's the whole first half. It's not just a slow start by New England. It's a great defensive half by Seattle.
It is, and it's an extension of the playoffs for New England's offense.
Yes.
So they were really upset, right? They thought that they were taking shots and people think we're no good and all this stuff. So there was the chip on the shoulder coming into this game. And yet, once again, with another terrific defense, unable to get it going.
You know what else it's an extension of? This season in the NFL, 8 of the top 10 scoring defenses made the playoffs. As you watched the year, it felt like if you had a good defense, you were winning the big games, and that's exactly what's happening out here right now.
I mean, it has been strategic, it has been physical, it has been overwhelming at times.
And as we said, that guy has been the mastermind of it. Just a dozen years ago, he was an intern hired in Baltimore and got started on his path. Spent a decade with the Harbaughs, whether the 9 years with John or the 1 year with Jim in Michigan. His defenses have been good everywhere. Back into this half, the return by Dearness Johnson comes shy of the 30. And with 6 seconds remaining, the Patriots are likely to take it in for the long halftime and regroup. As you look at their woeful performance offensively in the first half. Now, halftime is 2.5, maybe even 3 times longer than the regular season for the players, and both coaches rehearsed it. One on Monday, Seattle, one on Friday, New England. So the players know what's coming up here this next half hour as they go into the lengthy halftime break. As they go to the locker room, we go to Melissa Stark.
Mike, Drake May under a lot of pressure, especially from his blind side. What can you do to help him in this second half?
From all sides. Again, we have to do a much better job playing more complimentary. Our defense has done a great job holding them just to the 3 field goals. And again, we'll settle down and we're going to have to find a way to convert.
Defensively, how do you slow down the running game?
Well, it's the same thing we've been saying since we got there and started working with these guys. You got to set a good edge. You got to build a wall. And you're going to have to swarm. We missed too many tackles. We're giving them too many edges.
Mike, thanks. Mike?
So the defenses are on top in the first half in California, but it's Seattle who lead by 9 as they chase down a second Super Bowl crown. When we come back, we'll break down the first half from Santa Clara, and we'll have the Super Bowl 60 halftime show with Bad Bunny.
Yo, that's man.
Yeah, I'm like that, bro. I'm telling you.
they need to wake up?
I think they need to wake up a little bit on offense. I've been surprised that they didn't come in here with a little bit better plan for pressure.
Right.
Now, what he said was true. They're coming from all different angles. You know, each sack has its own little story to it, but yeah, they've got to settle down and get some shots down the field. That's the only way they're going to get back into this game.
Yeah, just a reminder, the Seahawks had 5 players with at least 40 quarterback pressures this season. That's the most of any team in the NFL. Let's take a look at the numbers through the first 2 quarters of play. I think they're going to tell a story as well, J. Bell.
Yeah, first of all, it's the struggles on third down. Both of these defenses are doing well on that. And when you look at the Patriots, really, the passing yards, they're just blaring out at you. No success out there, and they got to take shots down the field. That's going to be the key for them to get some offense going.
And they had a top 10 running game during the regular season as well, New England. And without that, Sue, there's no balance, which just puts Drake May in the crosshairs, doesn't it, already?
Yeah, they put them in crosshairs. They're tried to start running the ball, but they just haven't gotten anything from it. And that's put them in third and long. The pressures from Witherspoon, everybody around, getting the sacks, putting them in positions where Drake, it has to be in his hands to be able to get first downs. He's been able to do it a couple of times, but as Jay Bell said, they're not getting there enough.
Seattle have the #1 defense in the NFL in terms of points allowed, and they back that up. Let's take a look at our Sky Business defensive alert. So you're going to look at some of their sacks and pressures in the first half.
Yeah, their sacks and pressures have been great because they've come from everywhere. This first one you see from Hall coming off, taking advantage of the weak Lincoln Campbell, and then coming up the middle and off the edge with Witherspoon, him creating that pressure. Then he turns around and comes at the gut multiple times, as you're seeing right here. And this is key. What is allowing them to get there is they're not allowed to be blocked. Then Mills is taking care of Wilson and putting it right on top of the quarterback, which you love that out of your young guys. That is great to see.
Let's go over to the Seahawks side of things. And Sam Darnold has had some issues trying to attack this pass defense, but Kenneth Walker is somebody we saw developing late in the season throughout the playoffs. He's backed up in the first half.
Yeah, Sam's only 9 of 22 in this game, but Kenneth Walker's been the story. He's got 94 yards in this half, and you've seen the explosiveness. Now, New England's they've done a decent job on him, except for a few plays. He had the one drive that went for 30 and went for 29 yards. And you can just see if they allow him to capture the edge, it's going to be a problem. Kenneth Walker, again, strength, vision, and speed. That's what he's been so good at all year long.
We talk about Mike Vrabel trying to manage this game, J. Bell, and stay in this game. But Mike McDonald, given how his defense is playing, is going to be happy to play things a little bit close to his vest, isn't he?
I mean, both these defensive-minded head coaches, right? They love this kind of battle. But it's staying locked in. When you have a defensive game like that, you can't have any lapse of coverage, mistake, anything like that. Because it's going to come down to one explosive play in this game with the offensive struggling like they have.
So if you're New England as well, you're going to try and create short fields. Turnovers could be still key. Wait, a route back.
Short fields for sure, but I mean, Sam Darnold better stay away from Gonzalez. Gonzalez has had his hands on 2 balls, especially this last one. That could have been an interception going the other way. But I think ultimately you have to lean on that defense, and that's that defense that the Patriots got them to this position right now.
So you mentioned Christian Gonzalez. So we're going to bring you another piece of analysis from our friends at Sky Business, and it is elite mobility. Showed plenty of it, J-Bo, in this first half of the cornerback.
Elite mobility is all about agility, and that's what you have to have if you are in the cornerback position. Look at this, just making plays, climbing the ladder, playing the ball in the air, looking like an acrobat, just making it happen. Just like you said, Sue, he's had the hard downs, having these one-on-one coverage situations against JSN, undercutting the route right there, just making it happen. We talked about him before the game. This game is about players making plays in the biggest moments, and that's exactly what Christian Gonzalez is doing. Elite mobility on display.
Yeah, no touchdowns in the first half, so the Patriots have held up there. Let's go down to the sidelines at Levi Stadium, check in with Phoebe Schechter. You're on that Patriots sideline, Phoebe. Any sign of panic at the end of the first half?
You know, it was fascinating. I was watching Stephon Diggs going over to the sideline, and he's kind of just shadow boxing with his guys. They all seem very comfortable to be in the situation that they are, but I think back to the past 2 games we've had the pleasure of being at, and this is who they are. This is their identity. You guys have talked about it. They are happy just making sure their defense are staying on top of it. I mean, 86% tackling rate, that's incredible. And then letting the run game do what it does, and hopefully just live to play another down. Mike Vrabel knows exactly what he's doing here.
Phoebe, I know all week you've been very excited about what's coming next, the halftime show with Bad Bunny.
Well, look, first off, you promised me you'd listen to 2 songs by then. So, guys, if he hasn't done his job, but, you know, tener más fotos. We got to take more photos. Let's go.
I don't know what any of it means.
I mean, Phoebe's got a front row seat to the action. It's going to be great, man. The world is ready to watch his halftime performance. I'm going to be excited. You will be dancing, Neil. You just got
You know that's not even a shtick. I genuinely don't know what it's all about.
But he is right. You will be dancing. I've seen
Will
that
I?
before. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, those hips don't lie.
Normally, yeah. That's somebody else. I know that much. That is somebody else. This is all a part of it. So this is what a lot of people tune in to watch the halftime shows. This is a big part of it.
I mean, they didn't disappoint last year with Kendrick Lamar. I don't think they can disappoint this year.
Well, I think the lights have gone down, so this is it.
Come on, baby.
Time looking a bit strictly? I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I mean, Jacob said what a performance. Obviously, he was talking about my dancing skills out here. I appreciate you, Jason.
For sure. All right, good job, peeps. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the first half here at Levi Stadium, which has definitely gone in favour of the Seattle Seahawks. All right, it's time for Super Bowl 60 to get underway. Biggest sporting event on the
Patriots at the line. They're all coming. Turtle out quick, incomplete. Couldn't get it to come. Pressure off the edge from Jalen Hawkins in his face. That'll be yet another Jason Myers field goal attempt.
The pressure from both teams has been very consistently getting there. And Sam Darnold, I wonder if he's thinking what I'm thinking too. As long as we keep making field goals, they're probably, if they make this one, they're probably one more away from putting the Patriots in a really tough spot.
Super Bowl records for field goals made, 4 in a game. Several have done it. Got a snap, but a good hold. And Myers adds his name to the list of those who've made 4 field goals in a Super Bowl. Talk about the hold, the punter Michael Dixon. Good job scraping it off the grass. Putting it in place for Myers to hit from 41.
So another Jason Myers field goal, and the Seahawks stretch their lead to 12. This was a good drive, first of all, by Sam Darnold. They just couldn't finish again, but what did you see on their way down?
Yeah, Jason Myers making his case for MVP here, that 4th field goal. But Sam Darnold, 2 really impressive plays for him as he got this drive going. The first one being the throw over the middle of the field. This is not easy to have somebody barreling down in your face, to be able to hit JSN over the, or excuse me, Rashid Shaheed over the middle. He had a nice little connection to JSN, and then this was the play of the drive. Milton Williams gets through basically untouched with a quick pressure. Sam extends the drive. That is going to pay dividends for them as they continue to play in this game. And the big one here to Kenneth Walker, something we want to see on the other side of the ball, a screen pass. How about that, Sue? It'd be great to see Josh McDaniels dial one up for the Patriots here.
Yeah, it would be great to see that, and it's unfortunate that you're seeing that Milton Williams, that's not his first time. That's his 4th time getting to Sam Darnold, but he just isn't able to finish, and they're not even being able to rally, which is unusual from a Patriots defense perspective.
Jacob, do you think Sam Darnold is obviously they want to score touchdowns, but he's just trying to avoid mistakes as well? I mean, missing to the outside, you want to miss outside, not inside. He's very close to the chest here.
It was a positive drive. They were good on 1st and 2nd down. That was the first 3rd down. They couldn't convert it. This is what the Patriots have allowed them to do. Drive the ball downfield, stop them in the red area. I like what Clint Kubiak is doing. You talk about the second half adjustments. When you see them go and drive the ball down there, it seems like he has a really good understanding of what is being called on the other side with the defense.
Yeah, and I would love to see a killer instinct out of Sam Darnold. That's a layup for him. Yeah, there's guys in his face, but it's cover 0. Cooper Kupp runs the out route. That's one he hits in his sleep all the time. It was a very conservative throw. Let's go for the killer instinct and put some touchdowns on the board. Please.
Gotta do it. Gotta do it.
They kind of said it in the commentary there. New England have come out. They don't, to the naked eye, you tell me if it's any different. They don't look any different. Are you frustrated that there's not a sense of urgency, or does there now need to be one from New England?
They'll need to be on this side, but I also think we can't take away from the Seattle defense. This has been the best defense in the league all year long, right up there with Houston. There's a reason why. But again, if they're not going to get him out of this too high and be able to run it effective, it's going to be a long second half.
All right, we're going to get back then where it is a 4 field goal lead for the Seattle Seahawks. They're up by 12.
4 field goals made. The Patriots have 4 first downs. You see the frustration on that New England defensive side. 12-0. It has been a battle for the first 36 minutes of this 60th Super Bowl. Kyle Williams and Ernest Johnson back once again for the Patriots. The 15-team shutout in the first half of the Super Bowl. The other 14, nobody won one. I was trying to change that. Johnson did hit. Tyrese Knight may have taken the worst of that as he was the one who put that hit on him at the 32-yard line. Every good defense deserves a name, and the dark side is the new one in Seattle. If you will, a descendant of the Legion of Blue River. Seattle rode that crew to 2 Super Bowl appearances. They allow the fewest points in the league 4 years running. This is the first Seattle D to move the needle like they did. Fewest points allowed this season in the NFL. The dark side defense, Seahawks. And as it gets dark here in Santa Clara, They're playing lights out. Toss. Henderson left, got a good block out to the edge. They put the fullback Westover in to create some space. They get out to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, get out there on the edge a little bit and crack back with your receivers. You just have to give them something they're not used to, because on that one, Seattle did blitz, but they got themselves out of position because of the blitz. You have to begin to intimidate them out of some of those pressure points.
Get inside with Henderson. That time stopped in the middle. No push. That Seattle defensive front gave them some anger.
Yeah, it's, you know, football is won when that line goes that way, and that has been pretty consistently true in this game tonight. I'm sure they're thinking about Travion Henderson, a guy that had 4 50-yard touchdown runs this year, hoping some breakout play happens at some point.
They're desperate for a first down. They try to find it in the air. Looking downfield, the throw is short of Douglas and incomplete. Seems like he's trying to find a completion, trying to guide it in there. He's 6 of 14 now. The Pats will punt it again.
That was the first time they had the absolute perfect protection, and May just missed the throw. He just missed it. It was there. That was a big play they've been waiting to have happen.
Great shot there. He knows it.
Careful with fake here, too.
Off-mention, Bryce Beringer, again with good hang time, and they have neutralized the speedy Shaheed thus far tonight. The dark side is showing up for most folks watching. Their defense making a name for itself, trying to get Seattle a second Super Bowl trophy.
This is intimidation, not a conversation.
Copilot, read these reviews
you know, when I apologise, they don't get on you guys, they get on me. So I apologise that he's now said it. That will be the last. I will tell you that will be the last time. That will be the last time. Let's get back.
15 miles from here, Palo Alto. Seahawks leading by 12, taking over from their own 21. Walker bottled up, nowhere to go. As Anthony Jennings is behind the line for a loss of a few. We saw Jackson Smith and Jigba heading to the tunnel and to the locker room. So he got checked out under the tent, and he's used his speed to duck back there. And they will look at the Offensive Player of the Year, Kaylee Hartel.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. When Jackson Smith and Jigba went into the medical tent, the independent concussion specialist followed him. It was about a 2.5-minute long exam before the specialist then went over the monitor to review the video of that play that we saw him slow to get up, where you can see his head make contact with the ground. And then it was Jackson who chose to walk off the field.
So further examination ahead there. Darnold throwing inside. Gonzalez breaks up yet another pass. This one intended for Cooper Kupp, and will set up 3rd and long for Seattle.
It's ironic, isn't it, that probably the best player on the field tonight has been Christian Gonzalez. If not for the plays that he's made in this game, it would have been an absolute blowout at this point. He has saved a couple of deep ones down the field and is just keeping the Patriots in. He wondered how they were going to hang in with the top receivers.
Now without Smith and Jigba, he can shut down Kupp. And where does Darnold go? 3rd and a dozen. Patriots bring it full. Darnold put anything in Kupp, and he'll be stopped short of the 1st down. You just see the energy from the New England defense. They know they have to keep their team in the game, if not make a play. Jalen Hawkins on that one. The Seahawks go 3-0.
Yeah, and without Jackson Smith and Jigba in the game, if I were New England, I think I would get back to my pressure looks and try and win this thing on the defensive side. Maybe a sack fumble, maybe a tip pass, something to get your team back in the game, because it's not coming from the offense.
You know how much I love special teams, right, Martin?
Yes, sir.
This is my Super Bowl. He takes it with the kick. It's short. Jones says stay away. And they're able to keep the Schooler away from that one. And it's down at the 27-yard line. Mike McDonald's closing in. He's 16 minutes, 55 seconds from becoming a Super Bowl champ. He was born in Massachusetts, moved to Georgia at the age of 7, played high school ball there, went to the University of Georgia, go Dogs, and then he was about football and being around a grad assistant. But then he had a business finance degree as well. He was going to work in finance, but in 2014, that coaching dream alive, got an internship with the Ravens, and a dozen years later, here he is, the 3rd youngest person to be a head coach in the Super Bowl. And he's got a chance to be one of the youngest Super Bowl winners ever if his defense holds on for another 16 and change. Patriots try to change that, get a little run here for a couple of yards with Henderson.
And I think he would be the first defensive play caller head coach to actually win a Super Bowl. And the other part of this, we've never seen a shutout in a Super Bowl. Nick Bonacane, my old buddy behind me, but for Darryl Euphemia,
That's right, of course.
They would have had a shutout in the Super Bowl, but it hasn't happened yet.
And McDonald is the one who is so well thought of throughout the industry. He's smart. May just cannot pull the trigger. Now getting away and escaping. A flag is downfield as he's slung out of bounds by Ernest Jones, who checked the flag. A couple shy of the 1st down. The initial indication is a defensive hold. It would give New England their first down of this 2nd half.
During the run, hold defense number 21. 5-yard penalty results in automatic 1st down.
And it's on Devin Witherspoon.
And I think this is what this game is going to have to come down to. They're going to have to spread it out a little bit on the offensive side and open up the possibility of Drake May running. I mean, really, that's been their success in the postseason, but they've been condensed enough that there aren't enough of those gaps inside for him to really try to take advantage of.
First penalty against Seattle, and 2 against New England. And the play pass, that ball is hit up in the air and incomplete.
Pressure came from DeMarcus Lawrence, longtime run in Dallas, here with a chance to get a ring in Seattle. Yeah, Will Campbell is just not going to be able to hold up here very long, and Marcus Lawrence is that force multiplier, as they call it. He brought an intensity to this defense that has been contagious. Leonard Williams will admit as much, that basically he has just lifted this entire defense to a level that we're seeing out here tonight. Pressure again from Witherspoon. Going the other way is May. Back down sideline is Henderson. Limited game there, Kaylee.
Guys, DeMarcus Lawrence's wife, Sasha, is here tonight, 37 weeks pregnant with their sixth child. She also brought her doctor along. Now, DeMarcus and his teammates have had some deep conversations about what he'll do if his wife goes into labor during this game. His teammates said, it's not guaranteed you'll make another Super Bowl, but you can't have another baby. If she goes into labor, DeMarcus told me he will not be alerted, and that was Sasha's choice. So he told her, whatever you gotta do, this can't happen today.
She's still here. It's 3rd and 5. He's trying to step up. He lost the football. It's free in Seattle. Has recovered. Byron Murphy falls on the football.
Ruling on the field with the fumble is recovered by Seattle. First down.
Derek Hall knocked it out. The game's first turnover belongs to this incredibly talented Seattle defense. Derek Hall's had a heck of a night tonight. He's going to come up and then loop back underneath to end up with this forced fumble. And remember, Mike, this is a four-man rush. One of the reasons that Drake May has had so much trouble finding somebody open down the field is they can't block the guys in a four-man rush. And if you can't do that, you have almost no chance to win a game. This is, I know people are going to say not enough offense, all that kind of stuff. This has been one of the most brilliant performances I have ever seen in the National Football League. This defensive performance is as good as I have seen. This is the number 2 scoring offense in the league this year. Competition may not have been as good as other teams, but they were getting points on the board. Darnold, Budin, A.J. Martin. First down, Seattle. Pushed across at the mark on the 27-yard line. This third quarter comes to an end. Only points a Seahawks field goal. Off we go to the fourth quarter. In Super Bowl 60, Seattle's defense having a day. They make it a trophy in their hands.
So the only other time the Seahawks won the Super Bowl, they did an absolute defensive number on Peyton Manning, 43-8 in New York. This is not as spectacular, but they are doing a number on Drake May and that Patriots offensive line right now.
Yeah, right now this is a historic performance, and they called their shot too. We knew going into this game that it was going to be tough to move the ball on this defense. They've done it all year long, but they're dominating this football game.
So here's the turnover. Derek Hall again.
Derek Hall is consistently, he's come left side, right side, he's making big plays, and he's getting the ball out, which is huge. Now they have an opportunity to hopefully they'll close out this game from a Seattle perspective, but he did an excellent job here being able to get the ball out and get to the quarterback.
This is why you brought Mike McDonald in. This is what he's supposed to do. How did they get here? This defensive line, bringing pressure. It's their identity. And when you're in a game like this, in the Super Bowl, that's what you lean on. They have won and dominated this game on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, we've seen Seattle's offense. They've essentially waved the white flag on third down in the second half because they know that they can rely on this defense, and the defense comes up big again.
But I'm curious real quick, if we go back to, and Fitz, you said this earlier, is Drake May gunshot? And are you starting to see that in the last 2 or 3 series, especially these last 2 series?
Yeah, I mean, it's been unfortunate to see. I mean, we had the defensive holding penalty that bailed him out there, but he didn't want to pull the trigger on a pass. Then that one there, there's just no urgency in him climbing the pocket. What I'd love to see, there's been no adjustment for him and his urgency in the pocket in this game.
Here's how deep the Seahawks are as an defense, the number 1 defense in the NFL. Derek Hall is a name that you wouldn't have mentioned. You'd have mentioned a lot more names before you got to this guy. He's turned parts of this Super Bowl on its head.
They got depth.
Absolutely.
They can rotate those guys. They're fast. They're fresh. They're relentless. That's the key. And what you're doing to Drake May, you're speeding him up with the pressure, and you're slowing him down with the looks disguises in the back. You're frustrating the young quarterback over and over again.
How much of it is a lack of help for Drake May? How much could coaches do in situations like this? How much can they do to help you out?
At this point, it's a broken record, right?
Yeah,
But it's like at some point, Drake May's got to go out there and make a play. He missed the throw on the third down earlier, and now we've seen his eyes drop. We see him with no urgency in the pocket. At some point, he's got to be able to take it again, put the team on his back to make a play. But if they don't stop them here and hold them out of the end zone, this game could be as good as over.
Fellas, I'll be honest, I'm loving this. I
know
really
you are.
am
Both of you are loving.
I am, man, because this is what we talked about when we talked about defensive dominance and why it matters in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. You get in a matchup like this, if you can't score points, you can win the game.
I will say, though, there's a lot of people that voted for Matthew Stafford at the MVP that are just going,
there it is.
Because Matthew Stafford against this defense the last 2 times they played was phenomenal.
This is the latest example of defenses that have stepped up this season. So you always say defense wins championships. That's been the case all season long as well.
Yeah, you're going to see more of it. Hopefully these Patriots step up.
All right, these Seahawks are 15 minutes from Super Bowl glory. Let's get back.
They're at Super Bowl 16. Seattle looking to add to that 12-0 lead. They run to the right for Walker, gains only a yard. Again, remember, Jackson Smith and Jigba went back in the locker room to be evaluated for a concussion. He's being looked at. So no touchdowns in the first 3 quarters. The latest we've gone into a Super Bowl was the one with the Patriots in the Rams Super Bowl 53. Sony Michel scored a touchdown. But that's 7 minutes left in that one. It's the lone TD of that 13-3 Patriots win over the Rams in Atlanta.
They may just run it out for him. As long as they don't turn it over, it feels pretty good, right?
25-play pass, Darnold downfield, and can't come back to it. No flag as Watson, the rookie, came back to bring it up.
Take a look at it. They did go play action and the bootleg, and I'll tell you, Woodson, I think he got it right. That's a no call.
Terry McCauley agrees with you.
That's a first.
3rd and 9, Darnold slings it out to the side. It's caught for the first down by Cup. On Gonzalez trying to catch up with them. Couldn't do it. And Seattle has it back in the red zone at the 16-yard line.
And so this is sort of a pick kind of thing. You're going to come out, and then you're going to come in here and then go back out, but you're going to get behind some traffic, and that's exactly what happened to Christian Gonzalez on that one.
Catch number 6 for Cooper Kupp. He had 8. He was the Super Bowl MVP 4 years ago. George Kalani's the running back. Fake to him. Darnold to the end zone. Barner's got a touchdown. A.J. Barner has the first touchdown of Super Bowl 60.
There's not much you can do about it, right? You've got to play the run game here because they're in such an advantageous position. You see the heat coming on the play, but eventually the dam had to break.
And Barner had the second most receptions on this team all season. Finds the end zone. Myers for his 13th point of the night. Knocks it through. A.J. Barner won a collegiate national championship with Michigan. He may be one of those guys who has a collegiate and a professional football title. He's in the end zone, and Seattle's up 19-0 in Super Bowl 60.
So we have our first touchdown in Super Bowl 60. A.J. Barner from Sam Darnold. Phoebe, I guess the air has gone out of that Patriots sideline now, but the Seahawks fans are certainly making themselves heard.
The Seahawks fans are excited. We've heard them cheering all game long. And ultimately, you look back to earlier this week, A.J. Barner was talking about the fact that he knows he's not normally the first read, not always the second read, but he says with Sam Darnold, you've got to stay alive for when he gets that third or fourth read.
the offensive line was being pushed back onto their heels by the Patriots defense. And he's a guy that's been working with these coaches for Michigan. Mike McDonald has been there. And so it's just a wonderful job to see. First touchdown on the board.
All right, thank you, Phoebe. A.J. Barner, 6 regular season touchdowns. This one from 16 yards out. And what did we see from Sam Darnold on this play?
Well, he's done a great job of having pressure in his face and be able to deliver the throws. But this was a great play call by Clint Kubiak to be able to scheme a guy wide open like that. The post route takes out the coverage of Barner in the back. I think another thing we've got to talk about, too, GM John Snyder and the way that he's built this team. You think back to the Russell Wilson trade when they got rid of him, and even the decision with Geno last year. That Russell Wilson trade netted them Devin Witherspoon and Derek Hall, 2 big factors in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. John Schneider is the only general manager in NFL history to build 2 Super Bowl teams with complete 1 to 53 different players, different head coaches, and J-Bell, as it stands right now, the way the Patriots have played, this is more than enough for Seattle.
Play calling is an art. It's all about sequencing plays. I love this. You make it a run look. You bring the tight end over. They're thinking you're running at us. Right down the sideline, wide open. That's what it's all about. That was the moment, and they came through.
Drake May has not had any success even when they've tried to mix it up, run and pass. Well, they can't do too much more running now. So this is for Seattle's defensive line, this is pin your ears back time, isn't it?
Yeah, without question, it's one of those. But I think it's also important for them to understand they still got to be a little bit more balanced in some aspects. Again, screen game. Would love to see something. It's a form of pass as well.
How do New England? No, I'm not going to ask you.
Well, no, but I will say, though, if I'm Stephon Diggs, I'm going to Drake May. I'm getting in his face and just saying, wake up. It's our time. We got nothing to lose now. We're down 3 scores.
You might as well get picked up a couple
You
of
might
times.
as well go. Let's put the ball in the air and take some chances.
All right, there's been total domination from the Seattle Seahawks. As Chris Collinsworth told you a few minutes ago, there has never been a shutout in a Super Bowl. We're about 13 minutes to change from that happening. So Drake May prevent that and get New England back in the game.
To 3, but that was in the 3rd quarter, and there was a long way to go. There is not a long way to go in this one. Let's take the touch back. Patriots get the ball. Chris at the 35.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good night at all for Drake May, and understandably, tough defense, the best in the National Football League. But when they've had those rare opportunities, they simply have been unable to hit those as well. And maybe there was no chance that they were going to win this game, but there were some chances to get a little momentum going at some point on offense, and they never did. I talked about in the open. I said Drake May has to be great tonight. He has not been.
35. It began with the pressure on, and they're running away again. Going to keep it and get 7 yards out of that as he gets to the sideline. Melissa Stark.
Yeah, Mike, Drake May has stayed calm for the most of the night on the sideline, but we could see he was frustrated after the turnover, and Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel came right over, bent down in front of him for about 2 minutes, talking face-to-face, encouraging him, pumping him up, saying, you're good, you know that. And then right before Drake just took the field, Vrabel came over with a smile on his face, tapped him on the helmet.
You see a little jawing there. Stephon Diggs was involved with one of the Seahawks defenders. Meantime, we have some rocket scientists running on the field, and they'll get that fan at some point. Actually, the players will try to uncorral him as well and bring him down and get him out of here. Mike Vrabel's in a heated conversation with Eugene Hall, the side judge who was getting involved in the situation that was going on with Stephon Diggs. Eugene Hall's working his 4th Super Bowl. Was trying to jump in and defuse this. This was out of bounds on the Patriots sideline. And that hit over there that happened, which caused Diggs to come back after Josh Jobe. No flags were thrown, and the officials got in there quickly. Terry McCauley, should that have been a foul on Seattle with the hit out of bounds?
Absolutely, Mike. He's out of the play. He's clearly out of bounds. He knocks him down.
And a punch there, Terry, as you saw.
Yeah, he absolutely should have been penalized.
Is he going to get thrown out of the game?
No, he can't. He can't, Chris, because they didn't throw a flag at all for it. So New York can't do anything with this.
So despite the punch, he stays in.
That's correct.
Which was open-handed at the back end of it. You saw the punch being thrown from the opposite side. Meantime, the security on the field here just cleaning up the situation with the incursion by the fan, and one security officer tackled the rocket scientist, the idiot who ran on the field. He's being congratulated by the folks as he comes to the sideline, keeping the peace. So in any case, that play was a run by Drake May. It was a gain of 6, 2nd and 4. Sean Smith just getting the clocks all set properly. There were no penalties. For the moment, Diggs is on the sideline. Here for New England. After all that, it's 2nd and 4. 5 out in the pattern. May try in the middle. It's a tough throw. 35-yard line for Mac Hollins. Wow, there were a lot of folks there. And May hit one.
You want to see how tiny the holes are in the zone tonight for Drake May? Watch this. It takes perfection to hit one play downfield.
Gain of 24. Trying to find some tempo. Trying to take a shot play. Downfield for Hollins. He's done it. Touchdown, New England. So a scramble and 2 made dimes.
Rick Bullen was late getting over there. He's hustling across the field, but then he's got to turn and try to make the play downfield. And you've got Mac Hollins, who is not finished yet. Tremendous. So 2 completed passes, 2 plays we've seen from the Patriots time after time this year. And finally it shows up.
He's going to go for 1 here. If you go for 2 and make it, it's 19-8, an 11-point game. A touchdown, 2-point, a field goal would be a match to the tie game. Instead, they try the extra point with Morgadales, who knocks it in to make it a 19-7 game. We'll be back, Chris. We have back-to-back touchdowns.
There we go.
Game breaking out. Maybe the Patriots aren't done. Maybe 28-3, bringing it in their head. 19-7 now, the Seattle lead.
Drive took, that's important as well.
Yeah, very. I mean, they have to push the ball down the field, as Jay Bill has been saying this entire time, yelling at the screen. But that is key. That's something that they can build on. Can now their defense go out there and get a stop or potentially a turnover?
Vince, allow me to ask a question that everybody is asking and has been thinking for the last 3 hours. Why'd you wait until now to start out and doing that? You're playing all this strategic game. We're going to hang around. We're going to keep it tight.
No, I mean, Drake May, he's got to cut it loose. We said it, and he finally did right there. But I think he's also just rewarding the people at home who are staying up to watch this game. They weren't going to start the fireworks till the 4th quarter, and here is your reward. It's going to keep coming.
You never know. I mean, it's been a crazy season, Jay Bell. Stranger things have happened.
You know what? When you think about these games, you got to do what got you here.
Right.
And that is why they have an explosive offense, is his ability to stretch the ball vertically down the field. I understand it's been hard, but you got to take shots when you have the opportunity, because that's how you back up this defense.
So why haven't they earlier then? Just because of the pressure?
It was tough.
It's also a mindset, right? Drake May really didn't have the right mindset in the last 3 quarters.
Right.
He finally has been able to cut it, do whatever it is. He's dropping his eyes. Okay, let's put that all away. We got to take chances because we got to do something to win this football game.
All right, so there is Levi's Stadium, where we have now got our touchdowns are like London buses. You know when you wait for ages and then two come along at once. Let's get that.
Around 50% on this Super Sunday. They led the league with 72% completions. This year, Darnold was fifth at 67.
Well, now it gets a little interesting.
It does. It gives it a little bit of life. There's still a ton of time left, 12:27. Might have been behind Vrabel's decision not to go for two there and make it an 11. Put this one in play. Shaheed will field it at the 10. Then you got to cover this speedster. And they did. The 31-yard line. He goes.
Well, the one reason this team is still in contention here has been the night of Christian Gonzalez. He has had to make some tough one-on-one plays against some of the fastest and some of the best receivers in the National Football League. And he has been up to form all night long, just basically keeping his team in the game.
See the numbers for Gonzalez. Made the Pro Bowl, had a pick in the AFC Championship game. Jackson Smith and Jigba out of the locker room, but still on the sidelines. This Seahawks drive begins at the 31. And Darnold on the move. Second level to Shaheed. Out of bounds, a yard shy of the first down. Kaylee.
Guys, Jackson Smith and Jigba is back on the sideline, helmet in hand. He came sprinting out of the locker room as you see him head back onto the field now. After clearing his concussion evaluation, Clint Kubiak went up to him and said, "You good?" He gave him the affirmative, and Kubiak said, "Let's go score some more."
All right, so there is Smith and Jigba on that hit. Worked on his leg earlier on. He's out for this next play, which is a first down. They gave Shaheed forward progress. First down just passed the 41-yard line. Walker inside. Jason off the edge. Brings him down. Loss of a half yard.
Right now, New England is going to shift to basically a six-man down line. And why are they doing that? Because they want them to throw the football. They simply cannot just allow them to run the ball down the field on them. So they're going to stack that line of scrimmage. If you want to throw, that gives our pass rushers a chance. That gives Gonzalez a chance.
Jigba working in motion. Darnold trying to set the screen the other way. He was blown up by that Patriots defense. Incomplete pass. Ball bounced. And New England was all over that screen.
3-4 pass. Going to the ground, and there's number 9 was in the area.
And it's third and long.
That had a little flash of the Denver game right there in it, too. So they're bringing everybody here. Darnold steps back, and the pump fake is how Denver got in trouble last week. He did throw it forward, though. But you can tell the momentum now is shifting because there's so much pressure on the offense to not turn it over. Number 0, you're going to have an opportunity deep if you're willing to take it.
And here come the Patriots with pressure. Darnold, second downfield, breaking free. Shaheed can't bring it in. Had a snap on Carlton Davis. Just couldn't reel it in. And Seattle will punch it away after getting one first down.
Wow, that was an opportunity to end it right there. And you got one of the fastest players in football, and he's open. Just could not catch up to that one. And now the Patriots with a chance.
Trying to knock Davis's arm away as he was sprinting away. Dixon.
They almost got that.
Good. Jones can come up, get away from that ball. Dixon's kick will be stopped inside the 5. 5-star special teams play by the Seahawks. And the ability of Dixon to kick a hard-to-catch ball there got Jones to stay away. That makes it a long field for Bay Company.
You got to catch that ball. You're the punt returner. You've got to catch that ball because you know what it's going to
remember Xavier Smith from the Rams off 2, in part because Dixon kicks that very tough to catch ball.
I got it, but this is professional football. If you're the punt returner, you got to catch the ball.
The ball comes to where it was first touched. So the Patriots have it at the 4-yard line. 10:40 to go. Momentum of the last drive continues. May from his own end zone. Oh, he had Hooper open.
I mean, it's almost unbelievable. I know you're standing in your own end zone. This is as wide open as you can get. Can you imagine if they hit that one and it breaks them out somewhere around the pit? He's just wide open. They blow the coverage. There's nobody there.
Pressure on, even Warren coming. Ramondre Stevenson's got a man out there. Running in for the first down. Ramondre Stevenson saw it coming and hurdled Josh Jones.
That may be Drake May's best play of the night right there. He saw that blitz coming. He's standing in his own end zone, got it out quickly. Boom, let's go. Now he's starting to read this thing a little bit.
No huddle. Right back to the line. Is May looking downfield, looking deep. There's nobody down there. It's Collins and 3 Seahawks, and it's incomplete. No Hollins breaking free. Julian Love, the safety, and the deep locked down.
Well, that one almost got fair caught there. That was up for grabs for everybody, but when you get in this situation, yes, you got to go for a few throws, but that one was not what you would suggest there. Too many people around that.
4 minutes. Protected. Down complete to Hunter Henry, 10-year veteran tight end, with a pickup of 3. It's 3rd down and medium coming up for New England as we dive under 10 minutes.
How close to this first down do you have to get to go for it here? I know there's a lot of time left.
Possessions are dwindling. Here comes the pressure. May stepping up, taking up. He's got the first down. And the best scrambling quarterback in the league numerically gets out to the 37-yard line.
So now they're spreading the formation, and they're chipping here. But you have a 4-man rush, and there are gaps in a 4-man rush. There always has been. And so now by spreading out the defense, you're giving your quarterback a chance to do what he does best.
Pressure again coming from Witherspoon. Pass complete to Kyle Williams. And Chris, all of a sudden, there's a rhythm to the New England offense. You almost see a little confidence build.
Well, he's reading the defense now. He's seeing the blitz off the right side. He knows he's hot. He's got to throw it to the other way. These are the couple of best plays that he's had so far in this game.
8:50 to go. Trying to step up and shoot one downfield. It's intercepted. Ill-advised throw in the middle. Julian Love has it. Love 50. Love 40 and out of bounds at the 36-yard line.
You've got nothing for me here. It's going to drop back. They're going to have a crossing route in here eventually. But there's just no way that ball was going to be completed. I think it got hit. And it really wasn't that close to desperation time yet to where you just have to put it in harm's way.
And the pick for Julian Love, 7th year in the league, out of Notre Dame. With the Giants, his first 4 years, went to the Pro Bowl in 2023. Good veteran. One of the leaders of this Seattle defense. And he comes up with a pick here in the Super Bowl. Walker to the right, going to come in. Lots empty. It is Walker. 25-yard line. He takes his rushing total
around 118 yards on the night.
Just one of those plays that Seattle has run so well, and I think when you have a defense like this, you can begin to wear down the other team. But it really, go back to the start of this game when there was no offense, and Kenneth Walker gave them something, right? That got this offense, that got this team started.
Yeah, Seattle's two longest gains on the night. Almost had a rush away from him, and he's right at the first down marker at the 14-yard line.
All right. That may be the most patient run I've ever seen. Le'Veon Bell would be proud of this one.
Yes, he would.
Watch this. Skip my Lou. He's gone. I mean, that's professional football, right? I love that.
I mean, slow motion looks paused. Oh, opening there. Here we go.
Wow.
He has the first down. 128 rushing yards. Trying to add to it. And a couple final year of his rookie deal. He came in as a rookie. He was the second in the voting for the Offensive Rookie of the Year after he was drafted in the second round. And these playoffs have given you a glimpse as to how good Kenneth Walker can be in big games.
And he's as casual with his stance as he is with his running style. He just stands straight up back there. He looks like he's not going to do anything too extreme, but he has filled in the gap. When Charbonnet got out, he had to have another guy step in, and he has done it.
Pretty even mix between the two. Walker bouncing to the outside. He almost faked himself out of that when he was down at the 11-yard line. Just a gain of a yard. It'll bring up third down, and the clock is moving fast now. 6:15 left in regulation. Field goal here, it would be a 15-point game. So still a two-possession game. Time is running down fast for the Pats. Can't go fast enough for Mike McDonald in Seattle. Darnold slings it left. It is punt short of the first down for Smith and Jigba, who's back in. Vrabel's going to take a timeout here with 5:35 to go. Field goal attempt likely coming for the Seahawks to try to preserve some time here. If it is a 15-point game.
I'm just going to say this Clint Kubiak has a lot more nerve than I do. There's no way I'm throwing that out route right there because about the only thing that gets you beat is a pick six. But anyway, this has been a bold game from the beginning, especially on the defensive side. And you just have to give the Seahawks credit. They've been doing this all year. This isn't unusual. I just don't know if everybody in the country sees them on a regular basis.
Talk about the points scored in a season when you add in the playoffs. Jason Myers with his very busy night of 13 points has passed LaDainian Tomlinson. Of course, one more game now in the NFL. The regular season adds to that, but still, Myers setting a new mark, trying to add to it from 26. That's his fifth field goal. He sets a Super Bowl record for the most field goals in a game with 5, and the lead is 50. So the Seahawks stretch their lead 22-7. It's a big night for Jason Myers. You just heard them say 5 field goals. Never been done before in a Super Bowl. J-Boss set up by Julian Love's interception. This defense continues to shine for Seattle.
What a play by Julian Love, who is the center field safety. And what you want to do when you have a quarterback that you're frustrated, you're attacking. You just got to be aware because he's going to throw you one, and that's exactly what happens on this. Just being in the right place at the right time, the ball floats a little bit, coming down with it. Julian Love is very versatile in the way he can play, getting yards after the catch right here. But Fitz, what do you see with the quarterback right here?
Yeah, we were having a debate there whether it was that in cut underneath or it was the deep guy. You know, as I look at it again from the back end, I thought at first it was an overthrow. Now I'm thinking his eyes were on that post route, and it truly was just a misfire. But look, we're in desperation. He's got to continue to try to push the ball down the field.
One thing that is beyond dispute, Sue, is he had a man right in his face again. That's been a theme all night long.
Yeah, the Seahawks defense has done an amazing job. Now they're capitalizing with the turnover, all that pressure. He's not gun shy. He's letting it loose.
Yeah.
But one time doing that, it's a big mistake.
And he's been inconsistent, right? He's made some plays, but then it's situations like this where he gets sacked or he doesn't see an open receiver down the field, or now he throws an interception.
Well, you said, J-Bell, just as we were talking about rhythm, and it looked like he was getting some, that's when he threw the turnover and the interception. How much do you think this is, probably a bit of both, but Drake May inconsistent, poor performance, or is this a historic defense Seattle put together?
I mean, this defense is phenomenal. We've seen it all season long, but especially tonight. And this is a situation you don't want to be in against them. They can rush for, pin their ears back, and have their eyeballs on the quarterback.
So frustrating, right? Because they keep changing everything up on you. And this is what dominant defenses do. They can beat you in a multitude of ways, and that's what we're seeing. It's difficult for a young quarterback in a situation like this.
We definitely felt like this was a Seattle crowd here tonight, and they're enjoying this party now because they're going to take this one home. And Sue, that's for them will be Super Bowl number 2. This is a fan base that is so passionate. You played in Seattle; it's a hard place to go. They've made a lot of noise tonight.
Man, the 12s are one of the best travelers, and you can hear it in the stadium. It's exciting for a Seattle team if they can close this out and get this job done. I know Seattle will be on fire. You know, I'm part of the Pacific Northwest as well.
Yo, crew.
You a Neil Diamond fan?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Right here?
Yeah. Now this is now
we're allowed to say hell.
Oh my goodness. Say that.
You two are something else.
Fitz, I choose why I apologize. Well, let's just listen in. Fantastic. Let's get back. 22-7.
Trevion Henderson, who goes back to try to add some sizzle to the return game. And he gets near the 40-yard line as he goes down. To give Drake May some decent field position. Oh, this is the second Super Bowl played here when the Carolina Panthers were here against Denver in Super Bowl 50. Drake May had a seat with his dad in section 108. Melissa asked him about it right before kickoff, and Drake said it is cool. And he even talked to us about it before the playoff run began. With the full circle opportunity, kid from Carolina wearing a Cam Newton jersey. Now he's got a bunch of people wearing his jersey in the stands. It has not been the game he hoped for. Still time here with 5.5. But this relentless Seattle defense continues to have a night. Their 6th sack. Byron Murphy.
Mike, this is with a 4-man rush. You know, you're not going to win unless you can block a 4-man rush with your guys.
Try it again. They slings it out to Andre Stevenson. Stiff arm. He'll get out of bounds. Now under 5 minutes. That will stop the clock at 4:57.
It's not over. I mean, how many games have we seen here with 5 minutes to go? 2 scores is what we're talking about here. So they just need to hit some more plays, and obviously 4 down territory from here to give you that advantage.
Sideline, get out of bounds when you can. Take what you can. Got to get a first down here, 3rd and 8. And May throws. It's complete to tight end Henry to the 44-yard line. So that gets New England into Seattle territory.
I would be at record pace here. I'm trying to not let these guys substitute in and out. They did get a substitution in there.
And they bring a pressure as well. And May got knocked down as Witherspoon came under pressure. I don't shoot into Will Sue. He's going the distance for a touchdown.
Same blitz, Mike, has killed them all night long. They just cannot come up with answers. And it's not that difficult, and it's to the open Drake May, and this is going to be just a learning experience tonight.
It feels like Witherspoon's been coming on that blitz 10 times in this game. And that one got there finally. Tying the Super Bowl record with that, counting as a sack, so that's 7. One of the best defensive performances in Super Bowl history put up by the Seahawks tonight.
Same blitz, right? They're going to come here, they're going to go there, and here's the side, because as a quarterback, you have vision to that side, but he has not seen that blitz, and he hasn't had an answer for it. He did show a few answers, but you just have to sometimes tip your cap to the other team. They were physically tougher and stronger, and mentally they got the job done against us too.
Comes out, and Nwosu comes up and gets it right out of the air. Well, Sam Darnold's the first USC quarterback to start a Super Bowl, and Nwosu, another Trojan, fights on to the end zone. It's been an uphill fight all night for the Patriots. K9, as he's known, Kenneth Walker, welcome to defense back. Dark side defense, been lights out.
I don't even know if I can pick a side.
Whistle here, a flag thrown as this kickoff is taking
The ball
place.
is not ready for play. We'll redo the free kick.
Have to get ready for play from the officials before you can kick off. By the way, just adding to the Super Bowl history, that extra point by Myers gives him 17 points, 5 field goals, and a couple of extra points. And Jason Myers has the most points by a kicker in Super Bowl history. Patriots James White in that 28-3 comeback had 20 points. Jalen Hurts had 20. Well, Philadelphia gets Kansas City in Super Bowl 57. All ready for play this time. Kyle Williams will take it in and bring it out to the 35.
This has been one brilliant game by the secondary of the Seahawks. We talked about the pass rush a lot, but across the board, the coverage of Devin Witherspoon and Nick Emanmori and Kobe Bryant and Julian Love. Think about all the things we've talked about. Reek Woolen ended up on the wrong side of the field, gave up 1 touchdown. Josh Jobe has been so physical, intimidating in some ways here tonight. I didn't think it was possible to do what they've done to these receivers from New England.
They underneath Mario Douglas. Good stop and start. Get close to the first down as we were preparing for the game, and we kept looking at tape after tape of this Seattle defense and saying, wow, really good, really good, really good. I asked you, Legion of Boom, were there any comparisons? It's different schematically.
It is.
But the impact isn't.
No, it's not. But they didn't have all of those 6 defensive backs and blitzes. And, you know, these guys are sitting up there with that front 4 and just wreaking havoc. And then the guys on the back end are cashing it in.
It's Austin Hooper. Scored a touchdown against the Patriots in that 28-3 comeback. He was with the Falcons then, and had a touchdown to make that Super Bowl 14-0. He's with the Patriots this season after some time with Las Vegas. Of course, Josh McDaniels, the offensive coordinator, head coach of the Raiders, head coach of Denver, and now back for a third stint to pass. May taking off, slide down at the 36-yard line. Nick Emanmori was lurking. His penalty marker down.
Hold it. Offense 65. 10-yard penalty. Please play first down.
On the center, Garrett Bradbury is the third on New England tonight.
Yeah, I think Drake May said, I wish you'd have started holding a little earlier. I mean, he has just been getting smoked tonight. It's not all on that line. It's not all on the quarterback. And it's not all on the wide receivers. But none of them have had a collective night tonight.
Ball at the wrong 49-yard line, properly spotted here. Section in, Ramondre Stevenson leaking out. Gets the sideline after a minimal game. Chris, we talked about the old Legion of Boom in this new secondary. All rebuilt. Two of the builds by that man, John Schneider, president of football operations, the GM of these Seahawks now. 16 years, taking them back to the Super Bowl. He started in Green Bay for 8 years. So impressive to build one Super Bowl championship team and run, and he's built the second one now.
You know, this time without Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
So, and they were very close to a third, except for Malcolm Butler making the play on the goal line.
And how impactful is John Schneider? Well, Mike McDonald was making the decision of where he was going to be head coach when he was being courted a couple of years ago. And the time spent with John Schneider and his wife when he got off the plane is what convinced him to take the offer from Seattle and being in place with the Seahawks head coach. Hey, that's a double clutch. Fires to Diggs, who hangs on inside the 10. Diggs has it moving around the 7-yard line to be first and goal for the Patriots.
If you'd have told me that Stephon Diggs was going to have as little impact on this game as he has against his own defense, I wouldn't have believed it.
Timeout McDonald, he came down because Seattle was trying to get bodies on the field. So he'll burn his second here with 2:32 to go. So there's a phrase around the Seattle team, chasing edges. What does that mean? It's just getting that little extra thing. And in our production meeting with Mike, I asked him, can you describe yourself to America? Because he's going to be a Super Bowl coach who's very anonymous to most of the country. And he sat there. And he sat there. And he sat there. He's very selfless, doesn't like talking about himself, but I think we're going to get to know him very well in the next few years.
Well, what was interesting, too, is that he admitted in the opening session with the team this year that I really have to improve as a public speaker. I felt like I could have been better for you, and that vulnerability played really well in the room.
First and goal from May. And his end zone shot with Collins. It's incomplete. It's a good point, Chris, because the coach showing vulnerability right at the start allowed all the corrections or the feedback to be from a much more positive place for these players.
Well, and the other thing they did was they switched out what they were doing on the offensive side, right? It just wasn't matching his vision of this football team. And once they made that change, you could see offense, defense, special teams, it was all one.
It wasn't just Darnold, it was the new coordinator, Kubiak. Like looking for another coordinator, Kubiak takes this Ravens job as he's May stepping up, throwing down. Stevenson takes it off his shoe tops and scores a touchdown. Looks like May was going to run it in. The last second flipped it towards Ramondre Stevenson. Going to look at it and make sure that he caught it before it hit the ground.
And I think May thought that.
Wow, yeah, he got it.
I think May thought that he had made a mistake. He grabbed his helmet as soon as he threw it.
Yeah.
There's a touchdown. Watch May. He's like, oh, I can't believe I did that. Touchdown.
Here goes for 2 this time around. Try to make it a 14-point game. And he slings it to the back. Henry is hit hard as he went up for that ball. And both players involved in the collision are down. Hunter Henry and Kobe Bryant, as they were both going for the ball, Henry gets up right away. the Seattle athletic training staff out to look at Bryant.
So even though he got there a little bit early, no foul because he has the right to go for the football.
Good to see both players get up and walk off after that big hit. 2-pointers no good. 29-13 the score with 2:21 to go. No surprise onside kicks anymore. You have to declare as such, and you can imagine that New England would do that here. Onside kicks, we have not had one in the postseason. And the success rate remains down at 10%, 5 of 52. And you think of that rule changing, and you understand the kickoff rules, but it means you'll never see one of the great plays in Super Bowl history. The Thomas Morstead onside kick surprised to start the second half to steal the extra possession for Sean Payton and the Saints.
I'll never forget it. I was at the concession stand. Something on television.
So congrats to all the folks in this host committee in the San Francisco Bay Area. Levi's Stadium hosting its second Super Bowl. 70,823 here in Santa Clara for this one. And another great job hosting the event. Third time this was said before in the Bay Area. Second in Levi's. All right, so let's see which way Borregales will go with the onside kick. Has to travel 10 yards before the offense can touch it. And Seattle needed a Kodak moment, got a picture of it. They'll take their last timeout. That means their special teams coach will go to work, and their special teams coach is a familiar name in football. It's a Harbaugh. Jeremy Springer is the New England special teams coach. Jay Harbaugh, 36 years old. He's the second-year special teams coach. He is Jim Harbaugh's son. Jim made it to the game. The whole crew, his entire family in the RV, they came up. Jay's been around Dad from back in his playing days with the Colts. Been on opposite sides of the preseason. And part of a coaching family multi-generation. Look at that picture with Jim, with Jay on the opposite side there. We're at Michigan. Of course, John is now with the Giants. And Jack, the dad, 3 generations of football coaches.
If you ever want to talk a little ball, that's a good spot.
Gotta have it here for the Pats. Twister. And it bounced cleanly to George Holani. And he's able to recover it. And the Seahawks have it. The Patriots 45 with 2:20 to go. And this 29-13 game. And that means it's time to get ready for the party.
Stirring and stirring and stirring my broom.
Coaches never want to think anything about it. They're just thinking forward, make sure there are no mistakes, handle the right way. But nefarious acts are being planned behind you. Seattle out of timeouts. New England's got 2 left. Walker got an edge block, wants to stay in bounds, and smartly dives forward. You will see the sideline reacting, yelling it was 1. Stay in bounds. So Vrabel can take the second timeout.
I wonder how many yards he's made tonight after going backwards. He kind of goes out, and then he jumps back, and then his speed allows him to get around the edge. He's had some night, though. He really has.
For those of you keeping score at home, the Wilson touchdown is credited as an interception return for a touchdown, not a fumble return, which means there is no sack on the play. So the Seattle sack total goes back from 7, which is not a Super Bowl record, now back down to 6. So there's the official score. 1 timeout left for New England to take. Crowd the line with everyone. Darnold just keeps it and slides down. England will take its last timeout here with 2:10 remaining.
One of the 2 of them went the wrong way, so mix up there.
Tough night, second year as a quarterback for Drake May. You come to the Super Bowl, you don't know if you'll ever be back. Just ask Dan Marino about that. But Chris, for Sam Darnold, there was a lot of good positive feelings. So many players from around the league coming to the Super Bowl city.
for appearances, Radio Row, media conversation, and a lot of them said they were pulling for Sam Darnold, symbol of the resiliency that pro athletes go through.
You know, Mike, it reminds me a little bit of Joe Flacco's year. He had that perfect playoff run, remember? And for a guy who led the league in turnovers, for him to be perfect here, look out!
Walker to the house! There's a flag down. And as Walker takes it in for the touchdown,
Wow.
penalty marker down on the play.
Holding. Offense number 61. 10-yard penalty. Third down.
Center Jalen Sundell. He doesn't believe it, but it might be the reason that hole opened up. We'll see.
Right there.
On Robert Spillane. That might have been an MVP changing run if Walker got to 170 yards and a touchdown. And he thought he had his moment. And a Super Bowl touchdown.
I wonder how Dad reacted.
Sienna is their backup center. Full Timothy in there to block the backfield as Walker goes forward for a yard. And the 2-minute warning comes at 1:57 to go. Great season for New England, but a better season for Seattle. A couple of minutes from starting a celebration throughout the Great Pacific Northwest.
2 minutes until the party can officially begin for the Seahawks, but I think it's well underway. And Phoebe, it's led by that defense tonight. 6 sacks, 3 turnovers.
We've talked about them all night long. Look, defense wins championships. You guys know that. And we knew this is a team that could do it. Mike McDonald's talked so much about, one, this defense, but ultimately he doesn't care how many extra weeks of work he has to do in order to help his players in the moment make those critical decisions. And they've done that time and time again. And not only that, their fundamentals. You see all the Seahawks colors around the football every single time. They're not letting you get those extra yards. But that beautiful marriage from the front all the way through to the coverage has been absolutely detrimental to this Patriots offense.
Phoebe, this is the third game where you've seen Drake May in action in person. The other couple we could mitigate with a bit of bad weather, not tonight.
No, and there's a lot of similarities between those games that we got to watch, even if it was in the snow or not. Between the Texans and the Broncos game, he really averaged 50% completion rates. You saw a little bit of that here today. His decision making. Spitz was talking about it. Bad eyes, bad feet, and that really showed. You had that one really good drive, and it ended with an interception. And so this is a really great learning curve on the biggest stage possible, but there's a lot of things he's going to want to get back, and picking up that same blitz is probably one of them.
All right, good job, Phoebes. When we look at Sam Darnold, he's not going to be the headline here because of that defense, but he's going to do what Tom Brady did in 2020, Matthew Stafford did in 2021, win a Super Bowl in his first year with his new team. Just speaks to the aggression you talked about of the Seahawks going and getting this stuff.
Yeah, Sam Darnold, I think, so proud of him. I've known him since he was a rookie, and what he's gone through in his career, the adversity that he's faced, the multiple teams that he's been on. We talked about him going to San Francisco and taking a step back and just learning for a year and getting in that Shanahan tree. But to be discarded like he has in every step, and now to be winning this game in the biggest moments, congrats to Sam.
There's Mike McDonald. J-Bo, it's played out exactly how he would have wanted. He lent on this strength, which was that defense.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Over 50% of pressure on the quarterback on the day. This man doesn't talk a lot, but his defense does. They stood up to the challenge. They are the reason they are going to get this Super Bowl victory. This is just phenomenal because when you talk about these coaches, you talk about these offensive coordinators getting these jobs. It's a defensive guy, a defensive-minded head coach that has made it happen this year in the NFL.
Sue, there it is, the Vince Lombardi trophy. When you knew you were going to get your hands on that, what was that feeling like?
I didn't care anything about it. I just wanted to get my ring and ride up to the sunset. But it's definitely fun to kiss, though. I definitely enjoy that.
1 minute 57 seconds separates the Seahawks and the Vince Lombardi trophy. Let's get back.
Also put it out of bounds.
much to tell you around the league that Michael Dixon, the Aussie, may be the best punter in the sport, and that was awesome. Hang time under 2 seconds. Grade 10 out of 10. The get off was under 2 seconds. Beg your pardon.
You have had a night tonight, haven't you?
Ditto in special teams?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
15 punts, 5 field goals.
Nobody happier when it's a great special team night. You are the winner. They vote for you for everything.
Patriots out of timeouts. Down 16. Here's Stephon Diggs underneath to the 12. All his games, his long career, a decade in the league, finally getting to the Super Bowl for the very first time. So looking forward to having a big night in the big game. Austin Hooper, the first down around the 17-yard line. Patriot team started 1-2. Remember, 4-win team. And we saw the Week 5 in Orchard Park beat the then 4-0 Bills. That was an open your eye wow moment that Drake May and his team may have something going. Pass caught by Mac Hollins, forward progress first down. And people doubted the schedule, saying it was one of the weakest for a team to ever win a division. One of the weakest schedules in 25 years. Here comes the pressure one more time from Witherspoon. Finally picked up as the flag is down and May is sacked.
Offside. Defense, number 7, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. Replay first down.
On to Wosu. They got through the playoff games. They were difficult playoff games and good defenses they played.
Really good.
Too much tonight.
But even better defense out here tonight. I mean, really, it's been consistent. I mean, it really has been. This is a defense that nobody has been able to crack the code on. Maybe the Rams have lived.
May on the run. Another flag down. The downfield fling is incomplete. With 39 seconds left. May helped up by Mike Vrabel. See that? I'm reminded of Vrabel getting to May, even though he's a year 2 quarterback. Talking leadership.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 27. 5-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
And he essentially told May, you got to fake it till you make it. May, you need to be a leader as a quarterback. You can't wait to have a 4,000-yard season. And that really developed as time went on this year.
It did. And I can't help but think a little bit of the other side of the ball and Sam Darnold.
Yep.
15. How many people gave up on him? I mean, nobody's given up on Drake May, right? We all know he's going to be a star in this game. But Sam Darnold to come back and do what he's done in this Super Bowl and in the entirety of these playoffs, just can't say enough about it.
You're right, Chris, for all that doubted, all that wondered, all that gave up on him. He's going to be a Super Bowl champion. Final 20 seconds. May loading up, taking a shot downfield into coverage. It's incomplete. Intended for Keyshawn Mooney with 12 seconds remaining.
There's your newest superstar in the coaching ranks right there. Everybody seems to want one of those young coaches that can last many, many years as your head coach. Guess what, Seattle? Found one.
There he is, the 36-year-old McVay. Tomlin won the Super Bowl. He'll become the 3rd youngest head coach to win the Super Bowl. It's in the hands. Trevion Henderson trying to get to the sideline. Keeps going to the 29. And that will do it. Seattle reigns above them all in the NFL. The Seahawks, Super Bowl champions for the 2nd time.
He deserved that pass. What an incredible job he's done.
What a shot. Take it all in. Take it all in.
special is it to win with these guys?
It's great, because we went through adversity throughout the season, but we stayed together. That adversity showed who we were as a team, and we got a brotherhood going on right now, and it's special.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Let's go to Kaylee.
Thanks, Melissa. Devin, you have been called the heart of this defense, and now you are a Super Bowl champion. Describe the emotion.
Man, it's crazy, It's a one-of-a-kind feeling, bro. You talk about a group of guys who battle every day, bro, who believe in each other, believe in their coach. I mean, you can't describe this group no better, man. It's just a one-of-a-kind feeling, bro. I was just so happy to battle with these guys, We went through a lot, but we believe. And all y'all doubters out there who said all that other stuff, y'all don't know what's going on in this building, man. We 1-1 over here. It's a one-of-a-kind feeling.
Your defense was the toughest to score on this season. You didn't make it any easier tonight. What fueled you?
Just being able to be here, we did this all year long, man. We treated every game the same. We never got our hopes up too high. We never got complacent. We just kept battling, And you talk about a group of guys who stay together, who gonna fight for each other all game, every game. I mean, you can't describe this team no better than that, bro. I'm just so proud of my brothers and my organization, man, my team. I'm just happy, man, I'm happy for the 12s, too. You see these people who came out here to support us? It's a one-of-a-kind fan base. And it just means everything to get them another ring. So, we've been celebrating Seattle on that parade.
When you and Jackson Smith and Jigba met for the first time, when you were drafted in the first round together 3 years ago, you shared a mission to bring a Super Bowl back to Seattle. How did that partnership between you two make this a reality?
I mean, it made everything, You talk about two guys, when we first came together, we was the first two drafted. So we was able to see the facility and everything first. But we made a promise to each other, Where we going to be able to do this. We're going to be able to turn this program around. We'll be able to win this Super Bowl, man. You talking about battling every year. We had a rough couple years early, but we're talking about battling, man. Every day, coming to work every day like it's our last. Never giving up, man. Talking about keep working. I mean, it's hard to put this into words, bro, but I'm talking about my brother, man. It ain't no better feeling to celebrate with him.
Well, go celebrate with him now.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm going to have a drink, or two, or maybe 3. Who knows? Hey, thank y'all so much for y'all time. Time to go celebrate with my guys, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike.
Kaylee, thank you. Well, it was Mike McDonald who said it on the podium after the NFC Championship game in front of all the 12s in Seattle. Yeah, you had to go through your 2 division rivals. People weren't giving you a lot of credit. He said very clear, we did not care. And that was a bit of the attitude that you heard in the comments there with Devin Witherspoon as this Seattle team has climbed to the top of the mountain in the NFL and won the Super Bowl. Melissa.
Well, we have Sam Darnold down here. Sam, what does this moment mean?
It's unbelievable. Just everything that's happened in my career, but to do it with this team, I wouldn't want it any other way. So proud of our guys, our defense. I mean, I can't say enough great things about our defense, our special teams. I know we won the Super Bowl, but we could have been a little bit better on offense, but I don't care about that right now. It's an unbelievable feeling, man. I'm just so happy for the guys in the locker room and the coaches that put in so much effort throughout the whole season.
You mentioned everything you've been through, all the ups and downs, all the teams. How did all of that experience help you get to right here?
I think that's it. I think all my teammates, all my coaches I've ever had, always believing in me. I've always believed in myself because of my family and my friends. So it's as simple as that. As long as you believe in yourself, anything's possible.
Congratulations, a Super Bowl champion.
Thank you.
In the same draft class with Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, he was the first to get to a Super Bowl, and he's the one who gets the ring. The Seattle Seahawks, the 17th franchise to win multiple Super Bowl titles. This one